Hey there, fellow wanderers of time. Whether you've come here to drift into deeper thoughts or simply to let your mind rest while the world spins on, you're exactly where you need to be. This is our slow journey through humanity's turning points, where we move gently through the evidence, piece by quiet piece. So settle in, breathe slowly, and let the rush of today fade just a little. You don't need to memorize anything. You don't need to judge. You just need to listen. And perhaps wonder about the same questions our ancestors faced when the world itself was transforming beneath their feet. If these unhurried explorations help you discover something new, or simply provide a moment of calm reflection, consider sharing this journey with others who might find solace in slow, thoughtful storytelling. That small gesture helps more curious souls find this gentle space for learning, a place built not on sensationalism, but on patient science. Science that acknowledges its limits while continuing to ask the essential questions. And if you feel moved to do so, share your thoughts about how you experience this kind of content. Are you listening during quiet evening hours, while walking familiar paths, or perhaps scrolling through reflections in the deep hours of night? Also, if you happen to drift away at some point, don't worry. We'll mark our progress as we go, so you can always return to where the story left you, because this particular tale, from beginning to end, deserves to be heard in full. As always, stay curious, stay present. Now, let us begin. Today we explore a pivotal epoch in human history, a time when the world began its long awakening from ice, and our ancestors responded with innovations so subtle yet profound that we're still living with their consequences. This is the story of the long thaw and the rise of the super-gatherers. A chapter that asks, what happens when climate change forces humans to become masters of their environment without yet learning to control it? When ice loosens its grip, picture the Earth 20,000 years ago. Vast ice sheets, kilometers thick, pressed down across much of the northern hemisphere like frozen blankets that had overstayed their welcome. These glaciers held so much water that coastlines lay hundreds of kilometers farther out than today. The Mediterranean was smaller, Britain was connected to France, and you could walk from Siberia to Alaska without getting your feet wet. But this was not a static, frozen world. It was a world in transition, though the pace of that transition was so gradual that hundreds of human generations would pass before anyone noticed the shift. Around 24,000 years ago, something fundamental began to change. The Earth's orbital wobble, that slow celestial dance that determines how much solar energy reaches our planet's surface, started tilting the balance. Not dramatically, not obviously, but enough to begin the longest, slowest melt in human memory. For the people living through this transformation, there were no ice core samples, no temperature records, no understanding of global climate systems. There were only the signals that mattered for survival, where the herds wandered, how the plants behaved, when the rivers froze and thawed, when the rains came and went. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, these signals began to shift. The first changes were subtle. Winters that seemed perhaps a few days shorter. Spring floods that came with slightly different timing. Animal migration routes that shifted by a valley or two. These weren't dramatic upheavals. They were gentle adjustments that accumulated over centuries, creating new pressures and new opportunities for the small bands of humans who had learned to read the landscape like a book written in tracks, seasons, and weather patterns. In the hills and valleys of what we now call the Near East, the region stretching from modern Turkey through Syria and into the Iranian highlands, these changes created a unique set of circumstances. Here, the retreating cold didn't just mean warmer temperatures. It meant longer growing seasons, more reliable rainfall patterns, and the gradual expansion of plant communities that had been compressed into small refugia during the worst of the Ice Age. Wild grasses began to flourish in ways they hadn't for millennia. Stands of wild wheat and barley, previously confined to protected valleys and slopes, began spreading across wider territories. Nut trees, oak, pistachio, almond, started producing more reliable harvests. And the animals that fed on these plants began to multiply and diversify their ranging patterns. For the human groups living in these regions, this gradual abundance presented both opportunity and challenge. The old ways of high mobility, following herds across vast distances, never staying in one place for long, were still possible. But now there were alternatives. Patches of landscape that had once been marginal were becoming productive. Places worth returning to, worth remembering, worth investing time and effort to understand deeply. The quiet revolutionaries. Among the most remarkable archaeological sites that illuminate this period is one that sits beside what was once a freshwater lake in the Jordan Valley. Today we call it Ohallo II, and it offers us an extraordinary window into the lives of people who lived around 23,000 years ago, right at the cusp of this great climatic transition. What makes Ohallo II so remarkable isn't grand architecture or impressive tools. It's the intimate details of daily life preserved by a fortunate combination of fire and water. When the site was abandoned, some of the structures burned, charring plant materials that would normally have rotted away millennia ago. Then the lake rose, sealing everything in oxygen-free mud that prevented decay. When archaeologists finally excavated the site, they found an almost complete record of what people were eating, how they were processing food, and how they were organizing their lives. The picture that emerges is of people who were already pushing the boundaries of what we traditionally think of as hunting and gathering. Yes, they hunted gazelles and caught fish from the lake, but they were also working with over 140 different species of plants, not just gathering them opportunistically, but processing them systematically, storing them, and turning them into foods that could sustain communities through seasons of scarcity. The plant remains tell a story of sophisticated ecological knowledge. There were seeds from wild grasses that required careful timing to harvest. Too early and they wouldn't be ripe. Too late and they would have scattered to the wind. There were nuts that needed complex processing to remove toxins. There were fruits that had to be dried and stored to last through dry seasons. This wasn't casual foraging. This was intensive, skilled resource management that required deep understanding of seasonal cycles, processing techniques, and storage methods. Perhaps most significantly, the site contained numerous grinding stones, heavy, carefully shaped tools designed for crushing seeds and nuts into flour. These weren't portable implements that could be easily carried from camp to camp. They were investments in place, tools that suggested people were planning to return to the same locations repeatedly, season after season. The implications of this discovery rippled through archaeology. Here was clear evidence that the foundations of food production, the intensive use of wild grains, systematic food processing, semi-permanent settlement, were already in place thousands of years before anyone ever planted a seed. The people of Ohalo too weren't farmers, but they weren't simple nomadic foragers either. They were something new, intensive managers of wild resources, what we now call super-gatherers, masters of the wild harvest. The term super-gatherer might sound modern, even comic, but it captures something essential about this transitional phase in human development. These were people who had learned to extract maximum productivity from their environment without fundamentally altering it. They were ecological virtuosos, playing complex symphonies of seasonal knowledge, processing techniques, and resource management. Across the Levant, the Zagros foothills, and into Anatolia, archaeological sites from this period tell variations of the same story. At Kabara Cave in Israel, layers dating to around 18,000 years ago contain massive quantities of processed plant remains alongside evidence of sophisticated stone tool production. At Zarzian sites in the Zagros, we see similar patterns of intensive plant processing combined with skilled hunting of both large and small game. What united these communities was not a single technology or way of life, but a shared approach to abundance. They had learned to identify and exploit seasonal peaks in resource availability with unprecedented precision. They knew exactly when wild pistachios would be ready for harvest, when migrating birds would pass through specific valleys, when certain fish would run in seasonal streams. They had developed techniques for processing foods that were previously inedible or marginally useful, turning bitter acorns into nutritious flour, extracting oils from seeds, fermenting plant materials to improve their digestibility. But perhaps most importantly, they had learned to predict and prepare for scarcity. The grinding stones, storage pits, and cached tools found at these sites represent something revolutionary in human behavior: systematic preparation for future needs. For the first time in human history, communities were regularly producing more food than they could consume immediately, and developing technologies to preserve that surplus for later use. This shift toward surplus production had profound implications that extended far beyond food security. When you can reliably produce more than you need, you create possibilities for specialization, for some members of the group to spend time on activities other than direct food procurement. The elaborate bone tools, decorative objects, and artistic productions found at super-gatherer sites suggest that these communities were already exploring what it meant to have time and energy for pursuits beyond immediate survival. The wisdom of seasons. Central to the super-gatherer way of life was an intimate, almost mystical understanding of seasonal cycles. These weren't people with calendars or clocks, but they possessed timing knowledge so precise it would impress modern botanists and ecologists. They could read the subtle signs that indicated exactly when each plant species would be at peak nutritional value, when nuts would be ready to fall, when fish would be running in streams. This knowledge was encoded not in books or charts, but in stories, songs, and carefully passed down observations. A grandmother might know that when the almond trees bloomed in a particular valley, it was time to prepare for the barley grass harvest 3 valleys over. A hunter might recognize that when certain birds began their migration songs, the pistachio groves would be ready for harvesting within a lunar cycle. The sophistication of this ecological knowledge becomes clear when we examine the plant processing techniques these communities developed. Wild grains are not like their domesticated descendants. They're smaller, harder to harvest, often mixed with other grasses, and frequently require extensive processing to become edible. Wild barley, for instance, has a tough husk that must be removed, and the grain itself can be difficult to digest without proper preparation. The super-gatherers developed multi-step processing techniques that transformed these challenging raw materials into nutritious, storable foods. They learned to parch grains to make them easier to hull, to grind them into flour that could be stored for months, to combine different plant foods in ways that enhanced their nutritional value. Some sites show evidence of what might have been early forms of bread making, with grinding stones showing specific wear patterns consistent with repeated flour production. The nut processing techniques were even more sophisticated. Many wild nuts contain tannins or other compounds that make them bitter or even mildly toxic when eaten raw. The super-gatherers developed elaborate methods for leaching out these compounds, often involving repeated soaking and grinding cycles that could take days or weeks to complete. The result was a high-calorie, high-protein food that could be stored for extended periods and provided crucial nutrition during times when other foods were scarce. Landscapes of memory. One of the most intriguing aspects of super-gatherer communities was their relationship to place. Unlike their more mobile predecessors, who moved constantly across vast territories, these groups began to develop what we might call landscape domestication, not changing the fundamental nature of their environment, but managing it in subtle ways that increased its productivity. Evidence for this kind of landscape management is necessarily subtle. We see it in the patterns of charcoal found in archaeological layers, suggesting regular burning of areas to encourage the growth of certain plants. We see it in the distribution of useful plants around archaeological sites, sometimes in configurations that seem too convenient to be entirely natural. We see it in the construction of facilities like stone-lined roasting pits and processing areas that were clearly designed for repeated use over many seasons. These interventions weren't farming in any sense we would recognize, but they represented a fundamental shift in the human relationship with the environment. Instead of simply taking what nature provided, these communities were beginning to actively manage natural systems to enhance their productivity. They were, in essence, gardening without gardens, farming without farms. The psychological implications of this shift were profound. When you invest labor in improving a particular place, clearing undergrowth to encourage nut trees, building stone facilities for processing acorns, creating paths and work areas that make resource extraction more efficient, you develop a different relationship to that place. It becomes not just a location you visit, but a location you have improved, a place that bears the marks of your labor and knowledge. This kind of place-based investment encouraged longer stays and more frequent returns. Archaeological evidence suggests that super-gatherer communities often maintained seasonal rounds, regular circuits of sites that they visited each year to exploit different resources as they became available. But unlike the more fluid, opportunistic movements of earlier foraging groups, these circuits were carefully planned and maintained over generations. The sites chosen for repeated occupation were selected not just for their immediate resources, but for their potential for improvement and their position within larger resource management systems. A good super-gatherer site might be located where several different ecological zones converged, providing access to diverse resources within a relatively small area. It might be positioned to take advantage of natural features like springs, caves, or defensive positions. Most importantly, it would be a place where human intervention could significantly increase natural productivity. The technology of abundance. The tool assemblages from super-gatherer sites reflect their sophisticated approach to resource management. Alongside the familiar stone tools for hunting and butchering, we find an array of specialized implements designed specifically for plant processing and food preparation. The grinding stones are perhaps the most characteristic tools of this period. These weren't simple rocks used opportunistically, but carefully manufactured implements, often made from specific types of stone selected for their grinding properties. The larger ones, sometimes called querns, could weigh dozens of kilograms and were clearly designed for stationary use. Their surfaces show distinctive wear patterns that tell us exactly how they were used. The circular motions for crushing nuts, the back and forth movements for grinding grains into flour. But the grinding stones were just one component of what was essentially an integrated food production system. Sites from this period also contain evidence of specialized baskets for carrying and storing plant materials, elaborate hearth systems designed for different types of cooking and food processing, and carefully constructed storage facilities that could protect dried foods from moisture and pests. The stone tools themselves show increasing specialization. Alongside general-purpose cutting and scraping implements, we find tools designed for specific tasks. Microliths for composite tools, specialized scrapers for processing plant materials, perforators for working with hides and plant fibers. This diversification of tool types reflects the increasingly complex and specialized nature of super-gatherer economic systems. Perhaps most remarkably, we begin to see the first evidence of what might be called industrial food processing, organized systems for processing large quantities of plant materials efficiently. Some sites contain multiple grinding stations arranged in ways that suggest coordinated group labor. Others show evidence of specialized processing areas where particular types of foods were prepared in quantity, possibly for storage or for trade with other groups. The social harvest. The shift toward intensive plant resource management had profound implications for social organization. When food production becomes more intensive and yields become more predictable, it creates new possibilities for social coordination and specialization, but it also creates new tensions and inequalities. The archaeological evidence suggests that super-gatherer communities were larger and more stable than their predecessors. Instead of the small, highly mobile bands characteristic of earlier periods, we see settlements that might have housed several dozen people for extended periods. These larger group sizes required new forms of social coordination, ways of organizing labor, resolving conflicts, and making collective decisions about resource management. The increased investment in place-based resources also created new forms of social memory. When a community spends years or decades developing and maintaining particular resource patches, that investment becomes a form of collective inheritance that must be passed down through generations. Archaeological sites from this period often show evidence of continuous occupation or repeated use over centuries, suggesting that knowledge about resource management was successfully transmitted from parents to children over many generations. But this stability and productivity came with costs. Intensive resource management requires significant labor investments, and the archaeological evidence suggests that this labor was not equally distributed. Skeletal remains from super-gatherer sites often show evidence of repetitive stress injuries, particularly in the hands, arms, and backs of adult women, suggesting that much of the intensive plant processing was carried out by female community members. The beginnings of social differentiation are also visible in the archaeological record. While super-gatherer communities were probably still relatively egalitarian compared to later agricultural societies, some sites show evidence of differential access to high-quality tools, exotic materials, or elaborate burial treatments. These differences were probably subtle and may have been based more on age, skill, or social role than on inherited wealth. But they represent the beginnings of the social stratification that would become much more pronounced in later agricultural societies. Climate's gentle pressure. Throughout this period, climate continued to change, creating a constant background of adaptation and adjustment. The long thaw was not a smooth, steady process, but a series of advances and retreats, warm periods followed by cold snaps, wet phases alternating with droughts. Each fluctuation created new challenges and opportunities for human communities trying to manage increasingly complex resource systems. Around 18,000 years ago, a particularly severe cold phase known as the Oldest Dryas created significant stress for communities that had become dependent on intensive plant resource management. Many of the wild plant communities that super-gatherers had learned to manage were sensitive to temperature and rainfall changes, and the colder, drier conditions of this period would have disrupted established patterns of resource availability. Archaeological evidence from this period shows both continuity and change in human responses to climate stress. Some communities appear to have intensified their resource management strategies, investing even more labor in processing and storing plant foods to buffer against environmental uncertainty. Others seem to have diversified their subsistence strategies, incorporating more hunting and fishing into their seasonal rounds. Perhaps most significantly, some communities began to experiment with more active forms of environmental management. There is evidence from several sites of what might be very early attempts at plant propagation, scattering seeds in favorable locations, transplanting useful plants closer to base camps, or protecting wild stands from overexploitation by limiting harvesting or rotating between different patches. These experiments in environmental management were probably responses to the increasing unpredictability of natural resource availability. As climate continued to fluctuate and as human communities grew larger and more dependent on specific resources, the margin for error became smaller. Communities that could develop more reliable ways of ensuring adequate food supplies would have had significant advantages over those that remained entirely dependent on natural patterns of resource availability. The seeds of tomorrow. By around 16,000 years ago, the world was beginning to stabilize into what would become the Holocene climatic regime, the relatively warm, stable period in which we still live today. But the human societies that emerged from the long thaw were fundamentally different from those that had entered it. The super-gatherers had developed technologies, social systems, and relationships with the environment that would provide the foundation for everything that followed. The knowledge systems they developed, the deep understanding of plant ecology, the sophisticated processing techniques, the methods for predicting and managing seasonal cycles, would prove essential when later communities began experimenting with actual cultivation. The social innovations they pioneered, larger, more stable communities, specialized labor systems, methods for storing and managing surplus resources, would provide the organizational framework for agricultural societies. Perhaps most importantly, the super-gatherers had fundamentally altered the relationship between humans and their environment. They had moved beyond simply taking what nature provided to actively managing natural systems to enhance their productivity. This shift in perspective, from passive consumers of nature to active managers of ecological relationships, was perhaps the most important conceptual revolution in human history. The archaeological sites they left behind are not impressive monuments or grand constructions. They are modest collections of stone tools, grinding equipment, and the charred remains of countless meals. But in these humble traces lies evidence of one of the most significant transitions in human development. The moment when our species learned to read the landscape so deeply that they could begin to rewrite it. As we contemplate these ancient innovations, we might wonder what drove people to develop such complex and labor-intensive resource management systems. Part of the answer certainly lies in population pressure and environmental uncertainty. As communities grew larger and climate became more unpredictable, the old ways of simple foraging became increasingly inadequate. But there may have been other factors at work as well. The super-gatherer way of life, for all its demands, offered something that purely nomadic foraging could not: a degree of predictability and control over food supplies that made possible new forms of social organization, artistic expression, and technological innovation. The communities that mastered intensive plant resource management were not just surviving more effectively, they were creating new possibilities for what human societies could become. The question that remains, as we conclude this exploration of the long thaw and the rise of the super-gatherers, we're left with a fundamental question that echoes through all subsequent human history. What is the relationship between technological capability and social choice? The super-gatherers had developed many of the technological and organizational capabilities necessary for agriculture thousands of years before anyone actually began systematic cultivation. They had the tools, the knowledge, and the social systems needed to support plant domestication. Yet they remained within the bounds of what we might call wild resource management, working with natural systems rather than attempting to replace them. This suggests that the transition to agriculture was not simply a matter of technological innovation or environmental necessity. It was also a matter of social choice, a collective decision to pursue a particular kind of relationship with the environment, despite the availability of alternatives. The super-gatherers had discovered a way of life that was both productive and sustainable, that provided security without requiring the complete transformation of natural systems. They had learned to harvest abundance from the wild world without destroying the wildness that made that abundance possible. That they eventually chose to move beyond this balance, to begin the process of domestication that would lead to agriculture, cities, and industrial civilization, tells us something profound about human nature. We are a species that seems driven not just to adapt to our environment, but to transform it, not just to survive within natural systems, but to recreate those systems according to our own vision of what they should be. Whether this drive toward transformation represents wisdom or folly, progress or tragedy, remains an open question. But in the story of the super-gatherers, we can see the last moment in human history when our species lived fully within the rhythms of the natural world, while possessing the knowledge and capability to step beyond them. In our next chapter, we'll explore what happened when they made that choice, when the descendants of these master foragers began the long process of plant and animal domestication that would reshape both human society and the earth itself. But for now, we can pause to consider the world they created, a world of abundance without ownership, of plenty without waste, of human ingenuity working in partnership with natural systems rather than in opposition to them. It was a world that worked, a world that sustained human communities for thousands of years while leaving the wider environment largely intact. That we chose to leave that world behind is perhaps the most fateful decision our species has ever made. Whether we chose wisely, only history and perhaps our own future can tell. The world that emerged from the long thaw was not the same world that had entered it. As the great ice sheets continued their slow retreat and the climate gradually stabilized into what we now call the Holocene, the stage was set for one of the most intriguing chapters in human prehistory. Somewhere in the hills and valleys of the southern Levant, between what we now call northern Israel and southern Syria, a group of people began to do something that seemed almost contradictory. They started to stay put without starting to farm. These were the Natufians, named after the Wadi en Natuf, where their remains were first discovered, and they present us with one of archaeology's most fascinating puzzles. For here were people who built permanent structures, established cemeteries, developed elaborate tool technologies, and created some of the earliest known art in the region. Yet they remained fundamentally foragers. They hunted gazelles and wild boar, gathered wild grains and nuts, fished in seasonal streams, and collected the bounty of the Mediterranean landscape, much as their ancestors had done for millennia. What made them different was not what they gathered, but where they chose to do the gathering from. The Natufian phenomenon challenges our most basic assumptions about human social evolution. For generations, archaeologists had operated under what seemed like a simple, logical progression. First, people were nomadic hunter-gatherers. Then they became sedentary farmers. Then they developed complex societies. The Natufians don't fit this neat sequence. They achieved sedentism without agriculture, complexity without farming, permanence without cultivation. They built a sophisticated society on a foundation of wild resources, and in doing so, they force us to reconsider what we think we know about the relationship between lifestyle and settlement patterns. The Natufian culture flourished during a period of remarkable environmental abundance. The Younger Dryas, that final cold snap that would mark the end of the Pleistocene, was still several millennia in the future. The climate was warming, rainfall was becoming more reliable, and the oak woodlands and grasslands of the Levant were expanding into their most productive configuration in thousands of years. Wild cereals like emmer wheat and two-row barley grew in dense stands across hillsides and valley floors. Nut trees, oak, almond, pistachio, produced reliable harvests year after year. Game was abundant, water sources were stable, and the sea provided a rich array of marine resources along the Mediterranean coast. In such an environment, the old logic of constant mobility began to lose its compelling force. Why move every few weeks when the resources around you could support a community for months or even years? Why carry everything you owned when you could build storage facilities and workshops that would be there when you returned? Why disperse into tiny bands when you could gather in larger groups that offered both security and social richness? The Natufians, it seems, asked themselves these questions and came up with answers that would reshape human society. The earliest Natufian sites date to around 15,000 years before the present, appearing first in the core area of the southern Levant and gradually spreading north and east into Syria and southern Turkey. These sites are unlike anything that came before them in the region. Instead of the thin scatters of artifacts typical of mobile forager camps, Natufian sites contain deep deposits of cultural material, evidence of repeated intensive occupation over many generations. Instead of simple windbreaks or temporary shelters, they contain the foundations of substantial structures built to last. At Ain Malaha, near the Sea of Galilee, archaeologists uncovered a site that perfectly exemplifies the Natufian achievement. Here, on a hillside overlooking a seasonal marsh, people built a settlement of circular stone houses that were occupied repeatedly over more than 1,000 years. The houses themselves were semi-subterranean, dug partially into the hillside and lined with carefully fitted stone walls. They ranged in size from small structures perhaps suitable for a nuclear family to larger buildings that might have housed extended kin groups or served communal functions. But it was not just the houses that made Ain Malaha remarkable. It was the infrastructure of permanence that surrounded them. There were paved areas that served as work surfaces, storage pits lined with stone slabs, hearths built with care and maintained over many seasons. There were grinding installations, heavy stone mortars and pestles set into bedrock that could not be moved and were clearly intended for repeated use. Most tellingly, there were cemeteries, formal burial grounds where the dead were interred with care and marked with stone monuments, creating a landscape of memory that tied the living to specific places in the most fundamental way possible. The material culture of the Natufians reflects their unique position between mobility and sedentism, between the wild and the domestic. Their stone tool technology was sophisticated, including some of the finest microlithic work ever produced in the ancient world. These tiny geometric stone pieces were hafted into composite tools, arrows, sickles, knives, that combined efficiency with portability. The famous Natufian sickles, with their telltale silica polish from cutting wild grasses, represent a technology perfectly adapted to intensive wild grain harvesting. But alongside these portable tools, the Natufians also developed technologies of permanence. They created elaborate grinding equipment, including both portable handstones and large stationary mortars carved directly into bedrock. They developed sophisticated basketry and pottery-like vessels made from stone. They created elaborate bone tools, including fish hooks, needles, and decorative objects that speak to both practical needs and aesthetic sensibilities. Perhaps most remarkably, the Natufians began to create art. Rock engravings, bone carvings, and shell ornaments appear in Natufian sites in unprecedented quantities. Some of these objects were clearly functional, decorated tools and personal ornaments, but others seem to have been created purely for aesthetic or symbolic purposes. Carved stone bowls, elaborate bone figurines, and geometric patterns incised into stone surfaces suggest a people with time and inclination for creative expression, a society that had moved beyond the immediate demands of survival to explore questions of meaning, identity, and beauty. The subsistence practices of the Natufians were as sophisticated as their material culture. These were not people who simply gathered whatever nature provided. They were intensive managers of wild resources, people who had learned to predict, enhance, and sometimes control the productivity of natural systems. They developed systematic approaches to wild grain harvesting that allowed them to extract maximum nutritional value from seasonal abundance. They created elaborate processing systems that could transform tough, fibrous plant materials into storable, digestible foods. The evidence suggests that Natufian communities organized their seasonal rounds around the harvesting and processing of wild cereals. During the brief window when wild grains were ripe, typically just a few weeks in late spring or early summer, entire communities would mobilize for intensive harvesting. Archaeological sites contain evidence of large-scale grain processing, with dozens of grinding stones working simultaneously to convert fresh grain into flour that could be stored for months or even years. But grain was only one component of the Natufian diet. These communities also exploited nut resources with unprecedented intensity, developing elaborate technologies for processing acorns, almonds, and pistachios. They hunted large game like gazelle and deer, using sophisticated projectile weapons and trapping systems. They collected marine resources along the Mediterranean coast and freshwater fish from inland streams and lakes. They gathered a wide variety of wild plants, from leafy greens to root vegetables to seasonal fruits. What distinguished Natufian subsistence practices was not just their diversity, but their intensity and predictability. These were people who had learned to squeeze maximum productivity from their environment without fundamentally altering it. They had developed what we might call wild agriculture, systematic approaches to resource management that increased yields without requiring domestication. The social organization of Natufian communities reflected their unique economic position. These were larger, more complex societies than had existed in the region previously. Archaeological evidence suggests that some Natufian settlements housed several hundred people, making them among the largest human communities that had ever existed up to that point in history. Managing such large groups required new forms of social coordination, new systems for making collective decisions, and new methods for resolving conflicts. The evidence suggests that Natufian societies developed increasingly complex forms of social differentiation. While they were probably not fully stratified in the sense of later agricultural societies, there are clear signs of emerging inequality. Some individuals were buried with elaborate grave goods, jewelry, tools, exotic materials, while others received simple interments. Some houses were larger and more elaborate than others. Some areas of settlement seem to have been reserved for special activities or particular social groups. These differences probably reflected a combination of factors: age, skill, lineage, and perhaps emerging forms of wealth accumulation. In a society where surplus production was possible but not guaranteed, those who could consistently produce more than they needed, or who possessed specialized knowledge or skills, would have enjoyed advantages that could compound over time. The archaeological record suggests that these advantages were beginning to be passed from generation to generation, creating the first stirrings of inherited social position. But Natufian society was not simply stratified. It was also remarkably innovative and creative. These communities developed new forms of ritual and ceremony that reflected their unique position between nomadism and sedentism. They created elaborate burial practices that honored both individual achievement and community membership. They developed artistic traditions that combined practical skill with symbolic meaning. They experimented with architectural forms that balanced privacy and community, permanence and flexibility. Perhaps most significantly, the Natufians developed new relationships with the landscape around them. Instead of moving through the environment as temporary visitors, they began to see themselves as permanent residents with long-term stakes in particular places. This shift in perspective had profound implications for how they managed resources, how they resolved conflicts, and how they understood their place in the natural world. The Natufian relationship with death and burial provides particularly revealing insights into their evolving social consciousness. Unlike their more mobile predecessors, who typically buried their dead in simple graves or left them exposed, the Natufians developed elaborate mortuary practices that reflected both individual identity and community membership. Bodies were carefully prepared, positioned in specific orientations, and accompanied by grave goods that spoke to the deceased's role in life and hoped for status in death. Some Natufian burials are remarkably elaborate. At Ain Malaha, archaeologists discovered the grave of an elderly woman who had been buried with a complete toolkit of stone implements, numerous shell ornaments, and the carefully arranged bones of a dog or wolf. The attention to detail in this burial, the careful positioning of objects, the evidence of ritual preparation, the investment of valuable resources in grave goods, suggests a community that had developed complex beliefs about death, memory, and the continuity of social relationships beyond individual lifetimes. But not all Natufian burials were equally elaborate. Many individuals received simple interments with few or no grave goods, suggesting that social differentiation was reflected even in death. This pattern of differential burial treatment provides some of our clearest evidence for emerging social inequality in Natufian communities. The cemeteries themselves represent another innovation with far-reaching implications. By creating formal burial grounds and maintaining them over many generations, the Natufians were literally anchoring their communities to specific landscapes. These cemeteries became repositories of social memory, places where the history and identity of communities were preserved in physical form. They created landscapes of belonging that tied the living to the dead, and both to particular places in ways that had never existed before. The technological achievements of the Natufians extended far beyond stone tools and food processing equipment. These communities developed sophisticated understanding of materials science, creating composite tools that combined different materials, stone, bone, wood, plant fibers, in ways that maximized efficiency and durability. They developed advanced techniques for working with organic materials, creating baskets, mats, and other containers that were both functional and beautiful. The Natufian mastery of microliths, tiny geometric stone tools, represents one of the high points of stone tool technology in human prehistory. These tools, often only a few millimeters in length, required extraordinary skill to produce and represented solutions to complex engineering problems. How do you create a cutting edge that is both sharp and durable? How do you attach tiny stone pieces to wooden or bone hafts in ways that will hold under stress? How do you mass-produce standardized tool components that can be combined in different configurations for different tasks? The Natufians solved all of these problems with elegant efficiency. Their microlithic technology allowed them to create tools that were lighter, more versatile, and more resource efficient than anything that had come before. A single piece of high-quality stone could be converted into dozens of microliths, each capable of creating an effective cutting tool when properly hafted. The technology was so successful that it spread throughout the ancient world and remained in use for thousands of years. But the Natufians were not just technological innovators. They were also cultural pioneers who developed new forms of artistic expression, new systems of symbolic communication, and new ways of understanding the relationship between humans and the natural world. The art they created, carved bone objects, decorated stone vessels, geometric patterns incised into cave walls, represents some of humanity's earliest attempts to create meaning through visual symbolism. The symbolic content of Natufian art is difficult to interpret, but certain patterns emerge. Animals figure prominently, particularly those that were important food sources or held special symbolic significance. Geometric patterns suggest the development of abstract thinking and perhaps early forms of mathematical or astronomical observation. Human figures, while rare, are often depicted in ways that suggest ritual or ceremonial contexts. Perhaps most intriguingly, Natufian art often seems to focus on themes of transformation and liminality, the spaces between categories, the moments of change, the boundaries between different states of being. This thematic focus may reflect the unique position of Natufian society itself, poised between nomadism and sedentism, between foraging and farming, between the Pleistocene and the Holocene. The environmental context of Natufian development cannot be separated from their cultural achievements. These communities flourished during a period of remarkable climatic stability and ecological abundance. The Mediterranean climate that characterizes the Levant today was becoming established during the Natufian period, creating reliable patterns of winter rainfall and summer drought that allowed both wild and eventually domesticated plants to thrive. But this environmental abundance was not simply a gift. The Natufians learned to manage and enhance natural productivity through sophisticated understanding of ecological relationships. They developed controlled burning practices that encouraged the growth of useful plants. They created water management systems that captured and stored seasonal rainfall. They learned to time their harvesting activities to maximize yields while ensuring the regeneration of wild resource patches. Evidence suggests that some Natufian communities may have begun experimenting with very early forms of plant management that bordered on cultivation. At several sites, archaeologists have found evidence of possible seed broadcasting, the deliberate scattering of wild grain seeds in favorable locations. There are hints of selective harvesting practices that might have gradually altered the genetic composition of wild plant populations. Some communities seem to have created protected areas where useful plants were encouraged to grow without interference from grazing animals or competing vegetation. These practices did not constitute agriculture in any formal sense. The plants remained genetically wild. The techniques were probably opportunistic rather than systematic, and the overall subsistence strategy remained based on foraging. But they represent important steps toward the kind of environmental management that would eventually lead to full domestication and farming. The social implications of these early management practices were significant. When communities began to invest labor in managing specific resource patches, those patches acquired enhanced value. They became, in a sense, improved property that communities had created through their own efforts. This transformation of natural resources into enhanced resources through human labor represented a fundamental shift in how people understood their relationship to the landscape. The Natufian period also witnessed important developments in trade and exchange networks. Archaeological evidence shows that Natufian communities had access to materials and objects from considerable distances: obsidian from central Anatolia, shells from both the Mediterranean and Red Seas, unusual stones from distant quarries. This suggests the development of sophisticated exchange relationships that allowed communities to access resources far beyond their immediate territories. These trade networks had implications beyond simple resource acquisition. They created relationships between distant communities, fostering cultural exchange and technological innovation. They provided mechanisms for spreading new ideas, techniques, and social practices across large geographical areas. Most importantly, they created incentives for communities to specialize in particular forms of production, leading to increased economic efficiency and social complexity. The development of long-distance trade during the Natufian period also provides evidence for emerging social differentiation. Access to exotic materials and objects was probably not equally distributed within communities. Those individuals or families who controlled trade relationships, who possessed specialized knowledge about distant resources, or who had the social capital necessary to participate in exchange networks, would have enjoyed significant advantages over their neighbors. The question of Natufian social organization remains one of the most debated topics in archaeological discussions of this period. How were these communities governed? How were decisions made? How were resources allocated? How were conflicts resolved? The archaeological record provides tantalizing hints but few definitive answers. The evidence suggests that Natufian communities were probably organized along kinship lines, with extended families or lineages forming the basic social units. The clustering of houses at sites like Ain Malaha suggests that related families lived near each other, creating neighborhoods based on kinship relationships. The differential burial treatments found at Natufian cemeteries might reflect differences in lineage status rather than individual achievement. But kinship alone could not have provided sufficient organizational structure for communities of several hundred people. There must have been other forms of social coordination: ritual leaders, technical specialists, trade coordinators, that helped manage the complex activities of large settled communities. The archaeological evidence provides hints of such specialization in the form of elaborate ritual objects, sophisticated technical productions, and evidence of organized trade relationships. The emergence of social complexity during the Natufian period represents a crucial step in human social evolution. For the first time in human history, communities were large enough and stable enough to support significant social differentiation while remaining economically viable. They created systems for managing surplus production, for organizing complex activities, and for maintaining social cohesion in groups too large for simple face-to-face relationships. But this social complexity came with costs. Larger communities required more resources, created more environmental pressure, and generated more potential for conflict. The archaeological record suggests that some Natufian communities experienced periodic resource stress, possibly related to overexploitation of local environments or to climatic fluctuations. Some sites show evidence of abandonment and reoccupation, suggesting that even these successful communities sometimes had to adapt to changing circumstances. The relationship between Natufian communities and their environment provides important insights into the sustainability of intensive foraging strategies. These communities achieved remarkable productivity from wild resources, supporting population densities that rivaled those of much later agricultural societies. They did so while maintaining environmental diversity and avoiding the ecological simplification that typically accompanies farming. But this achievement required constant attention to ecological relationships and careful management of resource extraction. The Natufians had to balance immediate needs against long-term sustainability, current consumption against future productivity. They had to develop sophisticated understanding of carrying capacities, regeneration rates, and ecosystem dynamics. Most importantly, they had to maintain these balances while managing increasingly large and complex communities. The evidence suggests that the Natufians were largely successful in meeting these challenges. Most Natufian sites show evidence of sustainable occupation over many generations without significant environmental degradation. The diversity of resources exploited remained high throughout the Natufian period. There are few signs of resource depletion or ecosystem collapse at Natufian sites. This sustainability was achieved through a combination of technological innovation, social organization, and environmental management. The Natufians developed efficient technologies for resource extraction and processing that minimized waste and maximized yields. They created social systems for regulating access to resources and for coordinating community activities. They learned to manage their environment in ways that maintained productivity while preserving ecological diversity. The success of Natufian resource management strategies raises important questions about the subsequent transition to agriculture. If intensive foraging was so successful, why did some communities eventually abandon it in favor of farming? What pressures or opportunities led to the adoption of cultivation practices that were initially less efficient and more risky than the proven strategies of intensive foraging? The answer to these questions lies partly in the internal contradictions of Natufian society itself. The very success of intensive foraging created conditions that would eventually make agriculture necessary. As communities grew larger and more settled, they placed increasing pressure on local resources. As population densities increased, the margins for error decreased. As social complexity developed, the costs of maintaining complex societies increased. The Natufian achievement was remarkable, but it contained the seeds of its own transformation. By demonstrating that humans could live in large, stable communities supported by intensive resource management, the Natufians created the social and technological foundation for agriculture. By developing the tools, techniques, and organizational systems necessary for managing complex relationships between people and plants, they laid the groundwork for domestication. The end of the Natufian period, around 13,000 years ago, coincided with the beginning of the Younger Dryas, the final cold period of the Pleistocene. This climatic event created significant stress for communities that had become dependent on the productivity of Mediterranean ecosystems. Reduced rainfall, cooler temperatures, and ecosystem disruption would have challenged the resource management strategies that had made Natufian society possible. Some Natufian communities may have responded to this crisis by intensifying their resource management practices, leading eventually to the development of cultivation and domestication. Others may have returned to more mobile lifestyles, abandoning the achievements of sedentism in favor of greater flexibility. Still others may have disappeared entirely, unable to adapt to the changing environmental conditions. The legacy of the Natufian period extends far beyond its immediate chronological boundaries. These communities established precedents for sedentary life, complex social organization, and intensive resource management that would shape human development for millennia to come. They demonstrated that foraging societies could achieve remarkable complexity and sophistication without abandoning their fundamental relationship with wild resources. The Natufians also established important precedents for human relationships with the environment. They showed that intensive resource management could be sustainable if properly organized and carefully maintained. They developed technologies and techniques that maximized productivity while preserving ecological diversity. They created social systems that balanced individual interests with community needs and immediate consumption with long-term sustainability. Perhaps most importantly, the Natufians demonstrated that there were alternatives to the trajectory that led from foraging to farming to industrial civilization. They created a form of society that was neither primitive nor advanced in conventional terms, but rather represented a unique solution to the challenges of human organization and environmental management. They showed that complexity and sophistication were compatible with ecological sustainability, that large communities could thrive without fundamentally altering their environmental context. The study of Natufian society has important implications for contemporary discussions about sustainability, community organization, and human-environment relationships. These ancient communities achieved many of the goals that modern societies struggle to reach. They supported large populations without environmental degradation. They created complex cultures while maintaining ecological diversity. They developed sophisticated technologies while preserving traditional knowledge systems. The Natufians also provide important perspectives on questions of social organization and community governance. These communities managed to coordinate the activities of hundreds of people without developing the hierarchical, bureaucratic systems that characterize most complex societies. They balanced individual autonomy with collective coordination, immediate needs with long-term planning, local interests with regional relationships. As we conclude our exploration of the Natufian period, we are left with profound questions about the paths not taken in human history. What if the Natufian experiment had continued? What if human societies had developed along the lines established by these remarkable communities, rather than moving toward agriculture and eventually industrialization? What if we had learned to live in large, complex communities while maintaining our fundamental relationship with wild resources? These questions have no definitive answers, but they invite us to reconsider our assumptions about progress, development, and the relationship between complexity and sustainability. The Natufians remind us that there are many ways to be human, many ways to organize societies, and many ways to relate to the natural world. They challenge us to think beyond the categories that define our contemporary experience and to imagine alternative possibilities for human development. The Natufian achievement was ultimately unstable, vulnerable to environmental change and internal contradictions that would eventually lead to its transformation. But for nearly 2,000 years, these communities maintained a way of life that combined the best features of foraging and farming, mobility and sedentism, simplicity and complexity. They created societies that were both successful and sustainable, both innovative and traditional, both local and connected to broader networks of exchange and interaction. In the end, the Natufians represent a road not taken, a path that led toward complexity and sophistication while maintaining fundamental connections to the natural world. Their story reminds us that human history is not a single narrative of progress from simple to complex, primitive to advanced, but rather a branching tree of possibilities, experiments, and alternatives. Some of these alternatives succeeded for a time before being transformed by changing circumstances. Others failed and disappeared. Still others may hold lessons for contemporary challenges that we have yet to fully appreciate. As we prepare to explore the next chapter in this story, the emergence of true agriculture and the beginning of the Neolithic revolution, we carry with us the memory of the Natufians and the alternative vision they represent. They remind us that change is not always improvement, that complexity is not always progress, and that the relationships between humans and their environment can take many forms, some of which we have yet to fully explore or understand. The strange sedentary foragers of the Levant created something remarkable and unique, a form of human society that existed nowhere before their time and has existed nowhere since. They were neither the last of the old world nor the first of the new, but something in between, something that embodied both the wisdom of ancient traditions and the promise of future possibilities. In their story, we glimpse not only where we came from, but also, perhaps, where we might yet go. The Natufian experiment in sedentary foraging had established something unprecedented in human history. Communities that could remain in one place for generations while living entirely from wild resources. But even as these remarkable societies flourished across the Levant, forces were already at work that would fundamentally alter the relationship between humans and the plants they depended upon. It was not a conscious revolution, not a deliberate invention, but rather a slow, nearly invisible transformation that would unfold over millennia. In the hills and valleys where Natufian communities returned year after year to harvest the same stands of wild grasses, something extraordinary was beginning to happen. The plants themselves were changing. The story begins in the most ordinary of activities, the daily harvest of wild cereals that had sustained human communities for thousands of years. Every spring, when the winter rains had done their work and the wild grasses reached their peak ripeness, families and work groups would spread out across the hillsides with their sickles and baskets, gathering the seeds that would provide the foundation of their diet for months to come. It was skilled, careful work that required precise timing and deep knowledge of plant behavior. Too early, and the seeds would be immature and nutritionally poor. Too late, and they would have shattered from their stalks and scattered to the wind. This timing problem was central to wild cereal harvesting and would prove to be the key to everything that followed. Wild grasses like emmer wheat, einkorn wheat, and two-row barley had evolved sophisticated mechanisms for seed dispersal. When the seeds were fully ripe, the connection point between seed and stalk, botanists call it the rachis, would become brittle and break easily. A strong wind, a passing animal, or even the vibration from footsteps could cause entire seed heads to shatter, scattering their genetic cargo across the landscape. This shattering was the plant's survival strategy, ensuring that its offspring would be dispersed widely and would not have to compete with the parent plant for resources. But for human harvesters, this natural shattering created a constant challenge. The window of optimal harvest time was narrow, sometimes lasting only a few days or weeks. Communities had to mobilize quickly when the grasses ripened, dropping other activities to focus entirely on seed collection before the opportunity disappeared. Even with careful timing, a significant portion of each harvest would be lost to natural shattering, seeds dropping to the ground before human hands could collect them. Faced with this challenge, human harvesters developed strategies that seemed perfectly reasonable and practical. When they encountered a stand of wild grass, they naturally focused their attention on the plants that were easiest to harvest successfully. Stalks with seed heads that held together well, that didn't shatter at the first touch, were obviously preferable to those that scattered their seeds at the slightest disturbance. Over time, harvesters developed an unconscious bias toward these more cooperative plants, returning to the patches where non-shattering individuals grew, harvesting them more completely, and inadvertently creating selective pressure that would gradually alter the genetic composition of wild plant populations. The genetic basis for this transformation was surprisingly simple. In wild cereals, the tendency for seed heads to shatter is controlled by just a few genes. In the normal wild condition, these genes produce proteins that create weak connection points between seeds and stalks, ensuring easy dispersal when the time is right. But like all genes, these shattering genes are subject to occasional mutations. Sometimes, random genetic changes produce plants where the connection points remain strong, even when the seeds are fully mature. In the wild, such mutations are typically disadvantageous because they interfere with seed dispersal. But under human harvesting pressure, they suddenly became beneficial. The transformation was gradual and initially nearly invisible. Archaeological evidence from early post-Natufian sites shows that for the first 1,000 years or more of intensive cereal harvesting, the vast majority of seeds still retained wild characteristics. At sites like Abu Huraira on the Euphrates River and Netiv Hagdud in the Jordan Valley, layers dating to around 12,000 years ago contain mostly wild-type cereal remains, with only occasional examples of the morphological changes that would eventually characterize domesticated grains. But even these early changes were significant. When archaeologists examine ancient cereal remains under high-powered microscopes, they can identify subtle differences in the shape and structure of the rachis, the attachment point between seed and stalk. In wild cereals, this attachment point has a characteristic smooth, curved shape that facilitates easy breaking. In domesticated cereals, the attachment point becomes rougher, more irregular, and stronger. The transition between these two forms provides a direct measure of the domestication process. By around 11,000 years ago, sites across the Fertile Crescent were showing increasing proportions of these modified rachis forms. At some locations, particularly those with evidence of intensive cereal processing, the percentage of non-shattering forms was approaching 20 or 30% of the total assemblage. This was still a minority of the harvest, but it represented a dramatic change from the purely wild populations that had existed just a few centuries earlier. The implications of these morphological changes extended far beyond the plants themselves. As cereal populations became increasingly dominated by non-shattering forms, they gradually lost their ability to survive and reproduce without human intervention. Wild cereals depend on seed dispersal for their continued existence, but cereals with tough rachises would tend to drop their seeds in dense clusters directly beneath the parent plant, where they would face intense competition and high mortality rates. Only human harvesting and intentional or accidental seed scattering could ensure the continued reproduction of these modified plant populations. This created what evolutionary biologists call a co-evolutionary relationship, a situation where two species become mutually dependent through their interactions with each other. Humans became increasingly dependent on cereals with non-shattering characteristics because they were much easier to harvest efficiently. At the same time, these modified cereals became increasingly dependent on humans for their reproduction and dispersal. Neither partner in this relationship had chosen the arrangement deliberately, but once it was established, it became very difficult to reverse. The co-evolutionary relationship between humans and cereals was reinforced by other genetic changes that made the modified plants even more attractive to human harvesters. Wild cereals typically ripen unevenly, with seeds on the same plant reaching maturity over a period of several weeks. This staggered ripening is another evolutionary strategy that helps ensure reproductive success under natural conditions, but it creates harvesting challenges for humans who want to collect entire crops efficiently. Under human harvesting pressure, cereal populations gradually shifted toward more synchronized ripening patterns. Plants that produced most of their seeds at roughly the same time were more likely to be harvested completely, while those with extended ripening periods were more likely to lose part of their seed production to premature shattering or incomplete collection. Over time, this created selective pressure for genetic variants that produced more uniform ripening patterns. Similar processes affected seed size and nutritional content. Larger seeds are generally more attractive to human harvesters because they provide more nutrition per unit of collection effort. Seeds with higher protein or carbohydrate content are more valuable for human nutrition. Seeds with thinner hulls are easier to process and prepare for consumption. In each case, human preferences created selective pressures that gradually altered the genetic composition of harvested plant populations in directions that made them more useful to humans but less well adapted to survival in truly wild conditions. The pace of these genetic changes varied considerably across different regions and different plant species. Einkorn wheat, which was harvested intensively in the hills of southeastern Turkey and northern Syria, shows evidence of morphological change as early as 12,000 years ago. Emmer wheat, which was more important in the southern Levant and western Iran, began showing similar changes somewhat later, but eventually underwent more complete transformation. Two-row barley, which was adapted to a wider range of environmental conditions, showed the most variable patterns of change, with some populations retaining wild characteristics long after others had become fully domesticated. These regional and temporal variations in the domestication process provide important insights into the relationship between human social organization and plant evolution. Areas with larger, more stable human populations tended to show faster rates of morphological change in their associated plant populations. Regions where communities returned to the same harvesting locations year after year showed more consistent directional selection than areas where harvesting patterns were more opportunistic or variable. The archaeological record from sites like Göbekli Tepe in southeastern Turkey provides particularly intriguing evidence for the relationship between social complexity and plant domestication. This remarkable site, with its massive stone circles and elaborate carved pillars, represents one of the earliest examples of monumental architecture in human history, predating the development of full-scale agriculture by several centuries. The communities that built and maintained Göbekli Tepe were still primarily foragers, but they were clearly capable of organizing large-scale collaborative projects that required coordination across multiple settlements. Analysis of plant remains from Göbekli Tepe and surrounding sites suggests that the builders of these monuments were also among the earliest intensive managers of wild cereal populations. The combination of social organization necessary for monumental construction and the resource management skills required for intensive cereal harvesting may have created ideal conditions for the acceleration of plant domestication processes. Large, well-organized communities could implement more systematic harvesting strategies, could maintain more consistent selective pressures, and could support the kind of specialized knowledge that would have been necessary to recognize and enhance desirable plant characteristics. The social implications of increasing dependence on modified cereal populations were profound and far-reaching. As communities became more heavily invested in specific stands of cereals, their seasonal mobility patterns became more constrained. The need to return to the same harvesting locations year after year reduced flexibility and increased the importance of territorial control. Communities that had invested labor in managing particular cereal stands had strong incentives to exclude competitors and to defend their investments against potential threats. These changing social dynamics are reflected in the archaeological record through evidence of increasing investment in permanent installations and infrastructure. Sites from this period show more elaborate storage facilities, more substantial grinding installations, and more sophisticated systems for processing and preserving harvested cereals. Communities were clearly expecting to return to the same locations repeatedly, and were willing to invest considerable labor in creating facilities that would enhance their efficiency in future seasons. The development of storage technology during this period represents a particularly important innovation with wide-ranging consequences. Effective storage of cereal harvests required solutions to multiple technical challenges: protection from moisture, prevention of insect and rodent damage, and maintenance of nutritional quality over extended periods. Communities developed sophisticated techniques using stone-lined pits, sealed ceramic containers, and specially constructed granaries that could preserve cereal harvests for months or even years. But storage technology did more than simply extend the useful life of harvested cereals. It also created new possibilities for surplus accumulation, resource sharing, and social differentiation. Communities that could store large quantities of processed cereals had insurance against seasonal variations in harvest success. They could support larger populations, engage in more specialized activities, and participate in trade relationships with neighboring groups. Most significantly, they could begin to accumulate wealth in the form of stored resources that could be converted into social and political influence. The management of stored cereal resources required new forms of social organization and coordination. Someone had to decide how much to store versus how much to consume immediately. Someone had to monitor stored resources for signs of spoilage or pest damage. Someone had to make decisions about allocation during times of scarcity. These management responsibilities created opportunities for the development of specialized social roles and the emergence of more complex forms of leadership and authority. Evidence from sites like Jerf El Amar on the Euphrates River suggests that communities were developing increasingly sophisticated approaches to resource management and storage during this period. The site contains evidence of large communal storage facilities that could have held the cereal harvests of multiple families or even entire communities. These facilities were maintained over many generations, suggesting that the communities had developed stable social institutions for managing collective resources. The technological innovations associated with cereal processing and storage during this period were equally significant. Communities developed more efficient grinding techniques that could convert tough, wild cereals into easily digestible flour. They experimented with different methods of cooking and food preparation that could enhance the nutritional value and palatability of cereal-based meals. They learned to combine cereals with other foods, nuts, legumes, animal products, in ways that created more balanced and satisfying diets. Perhaps most importantly, communities began to develop more systematic approaches to seed selection and planting. While true agriculture was still centuries in the future, there is evidence that some communities were beginning to experiment with intentional cultivation of their preferred cereal varieties. They may have scattered seeds from particularly productive plants in favorable locations. They may have cleared competing vegetation from areas where useful cereals were growing. They may have protected promising cereal stands from grazing animals or other forms of disturbance. These early cultivation experiments represented a crucial transition point between passive harvesting of wild resources and active management of plant populations. Communities were beginning to take responsibility not just for harvesting plants, but for ensuring their continued reproduction and improvement. This shift in perspective, from consumer of natural resources to manager of productive systems, represents one of the most fundamental changes in human history. The environmental context within which these changes were occurring remained favorable throughout most of this period, but it was not without challenges. The late glacial period was characterized by generally warming temperatures and increasing precipitation, but these trends were punctuated by shorter periods of climatic instability that created stress for both human communities and their associated plant populations. The most significant of these climatic disruptions was the Younger Dryas, a period of cooler, drier conditions that began around 12,900 years ago and lasted for more than a millennium. This climatic reversal created significant challenges for communities that had become increasingly dependent on predictable patterns of cereal productivity. Reduced precipitation and lower temperatures would have reduced the productivity of wild cereal stands and may have forced communities to intensify their management strategies simply to maintain adequate food supplies. Some researchers have suggested that the environmental stress of the Younger Dryas may have accelerated the domestication process by creating stronger selective pressures for plant varieties that could survive and produce under more challenging conditions. Communities facing resource scarcity would have had even stronger incentives to focus their harvesting efforts on the most productive and reliable plants, potentially speeding the genetic changes that were already underway. Archaeological evidence from sites like Abu Huraira provides intriguing support for this hypothesis. The site shows clear evidence of increasing reliance on cereal resources during the Younger Dryas period, along with morphological changes in plant remains that suggest accelerating domestication processes. Communities appear to have responded to climatic stress not by abandoning their cereal-focused subsistence strategies, but by intensifying them and developing more sophisticated management techniques. The relationship between climatic change and domestication processes during this period highlights the complex feedback relationships between environmental, biological, and social factors in human prehistory. Environmental challenges created pressures that encouraged social and technological innovation. These innovations, in turn, created new selective pressures that altered the evolutionary trajectories of associated plant and animal species. The resulting changes in human-plant relationships then influenced social organization, settlement patterns, and technological development in ways that further shaped the trajectory of cultural evolution. By the end of the period covered in this chapter, around 10,500 years ago, the transformation of wild cereals was well advanced, but not yet complete. Archaeological sites across the Fertile Crescent were showing increasing proportions of morphologically modified cereals, with some locations reaching 50% or more non-shattering forms. Storage facilities were becoming larger and more sophisticated, processing techniques were becoming more efficient, and communities were showing increasing evidence of territorial behavior and investment in particular locations. But the plants were still recognizably transitional forms, retaining many wild characteristics while exhibiting the first clear signs of domestication. True agricultural communities, settlements entirely dependent on cultivated crops and domesticated animals, were still several centuries in the future. The communities of this period were still primarily foragers, but they were foragers who had begun the irreversible process of reshaping the biological world around them. The implications of these changes extended far beyond the immediate relationship between humans and cereals. The development of reliable surplus production created possibilities for population growth, social specialization, and technological innovation that would eventually lead to the emergence of complex societies. The need to manage and protect cereal resources created incentives for territorial control and social organization that would eventually evolve into more formal systems of property ownership and political authority. Perhaps most significantly, the co-evolutionary relationship between humans and cereals established precedents and patterns that would be repeated with other plant and animal species over the following millennia. The same kinds of selective pressures that transformed wild cereals would eventually produce domesticated legumes, domesticated animals, and the full suite of agricultural technologies that would support the development of urban civilization. The period from 13,000 to 10,500 years ago represents a crucial transition point in human history, but it was a transition characterized by gradual change rather than dramatic revolution. The people who lived through this transformation were probably largely unaware of the profound changes they were creating. They were simply making practical decisions about how to obtain food most efficiently and how to organize their communities most effectively. The cumulative effect of thousands of such decisions, made by hundreds of communities over many centuries, was to fundamentally alter the relationship between humans and the natural world. Understanding this process of gradual, largely unconscious transformation provides important insights into the nature of historical change more generally. Major transitions in human society are rarely the result of deliberate planning or conscious innovation. More often, they emerge from the accumulation of small, practical adjustments to immediate challenges and opportunities. The domestication of cereals was not invented. It evolved through the complex interaction of human behavior, plant genetics, and environmental pressures over many generations. This perspective has important implications for how we understand our own relationship with technological and environmental change. Just as the early managers of wild cereals could not have predicted the eventual emergence of agricultural civilization, we cannot fully predict the long-term consequences of our own innovations and adaptations. But we can learn from their experience about the importance of understanding feedback relationships between human behavior and natural systems, and about the ways that small changes can accumulate over time to produce transformations that reshape entire societies. The seeds that changed shape during this crucial period in human prehistory were more than just biological entities undergoing genetic modification. They were the foundation of a new kind of relationship between humans and the natural world, a relationship based on mutual dependence and active management rather than passive exploitation. This relationship would eventually grow into the complex agricultural systems that support modern civilization. But it began with the simple, practical decisions of foraging communities trying to make their harvesting more efficient and their food supplies more reliable. As we prepare to explore the next phase of this story, the emergence of true agricultural communities and the full domestication of plants and animals, we carry with us an appreciation for the gradual evolutionary nature of this transformation. The agricultural revolution was not a sudden breakthrough, but a slow accumulation of changes that eventually reached a tipping point beyond which there was no return. Understanding this process helps us better appreciate both the achievements and the consequences of one of the most important transitions in human history, and provides valuable perspective on the ongoing evolution of human-environment relationships in our own time. The seeds that had been gradually changing shape over the previous millennia were about to encounter something unprecedented in human experience: a stable climate. Around 11,600 years ago, the Earth's atmospheric system settled into a configuration that would remain remarkably consistent for thousands of years to come. This climatic stabilization, marking the beginning of what geologists call the Holocene epoch, would prove to be one of the most consequential environmental changes in human history. For the first time since modern humans had emerged, the basic parameters of weather, rainfall, and seasonal cycles became predictable across multiple generations. And predictability, as it turned out, would fundamentally alter the human relationship with place, with plants, and with each other. The transition from the late glacial period to the Holocene was not a sudden flip, but rather a gradual settling of atmospheric patterns that had been fluctuating wildly for millennia. During the preceding Younger Dryas period, communities across the Fertile Crescent had experienced dramatic swings in temperature and precipitation that could make a reliable resource patch productive one year and barren the next. Rivers would flood unpredictably, grasslands would shift their boundaries without warning, and the careful seasonal calculations that underpinned successful foraging strategies would be disrupted by unexpected weather events. But as the Holocene established itself, these violent oscillations gradually dampened into gentler rhythms. Summer temperatures stabilized within narrow ranges. Winter precipitation patterns became more reliable. The timing of seasonal transitions, the melting of highland snows, the flowering of useful plants, the migration patterns of animals, settled into cycles that could be predicted and planned for. Most importantly for the communities that had been experimenting with intensive cereal management, the growing seasons for wild grasses became longer and more consistent. The immediate effects of this climatic stabilization were dramatic across the regions where proto-domestication had been underway. In the oak woodlands of the Levant, reliable rainfall patterns allowed wild cereal stands to expand into areas that had previously been too dry or too unpredictable to support dense grass populations. In the foothills of the Zagros Mountains, consistent seasonal patterns meant that communities could time their harvesting activities with unprecedented precision, maximizing yields and minimizing losses to premature shattering or weather damage. Perhaps most significantly, the new climatic regime created conditions where human investments in particular places could be expected to pay consistent returns over many years. A community that spent considerable labor clearing competing vegetation from a promising cereal stand, or that built elaborate processing facilities at a favorable harvesting location, could now expect those investments to remain productive season after season. The gamble of place-based resource management, which had always been risky under unstable climatic conditions, suddenly became much more attractive. Archaeological evidence from this period shows clear signs of communities making increasingly substantial investments in permanent infrastructure. Sites like Kayonu in southeastern Turkey and Netiv Hagdud in the Jordan Valley contain architectural remains that represent far more labor investment than any previous structures in these regions. The buildings were not just larger and more substantial than earlier constructions. They were built with clear expectations of long-term use and maintenance. At Kayonu, excavations have revealed a remarkable sequence of architectural developments that spans several centuries of early Holocene occupation. The earliest structures were relatively simple affairs, not much more elaborate than traditional forager shelters. But over time, the buildings became increasingly complex and substantial. Later phases of construction included massive stone foundations, carefully planned interior spaces, and sophisticated systems for managing water flow and waste disposal. Most tellingly, many buildings were reconstructed multiple times on the same footprints, with each new construction incorporating lessons learned from previous versions. This pattern of repeated reconstruction on the same locations provides clear evidence that communities were making long-term commitments to particular places. In earlier periods, when climatic instability made resource availability unpredictable, Communities had maintained flexibility by building temporary structures that could be abandoned without significant loss if conditions changed. But under the stable conditions of the early Holocene, the logic of mobility began to shift toward the logic of permanence. The transition toward permanent settlement was not uniform across all communities or all regions. In areas where multiple resource zones remained accessible within reasonable distances, some groups continued to practice seasonal mobility while investing in more substantial base camps. In regions where particularly productive resource patches could support large populations year-round, communities moved more quickly toward full sedentism. The variations in settlement patterns reflected both environmental opportunities and social choices about how to balance the benefits of mobility against the advantages of place-based investment. But everywhere that communities were intensively managing cereal resources, the trend was toward increasing investment in place-specific infrastructure and increasing commitment to long-term occupation of particular sites. The combination of climatic stability and evolving plant-human relationships created powerful incentives for communities to put down roots in the most literal sense. The development of more sophisticated storage technologies during this period reflects the growing importance of managing seasonal and annual variations in resource availability. Under stable climatic conditions, communities could predict with reasonable accuracy when harvest periods would occur and how much surplus production they could expect. This predictability made it worthwhile to invest in storage systems that could preserve resources over extended periods. Archaeological sites from the early Holocene show evidence of storage technologies that were far more elaborate and effective than anything that had existed previously. Stone-lined pits were carefully constructed with drainage systems and waterproof linings that could protect stored cereals from moisture damage. Ceramic containers, which began appearing in significant quantities during this period, provided excellent protection against insect pests and rodent damage. Above-ground granaries were built with sophisticated ventilation systems that could maintain optimal conditions for long-term storage. But the most significant innovation was not technological, but social. Communities developed institutional systems for managing stored resources that could coordinate individual and collective interests over extended periods. Evidence from sites like Yerf El Amar suggests that communities were creating shared storage facilities that pooled resources from multiple households, spreading risk and ensuring that temporary shortfalls in one family's production could be compensated by surpluses from others. These collective storage systems required new forms of social organization and decision-making. Communities had to develop methods for tracking contributions and withdrawals, for making decisions about when to consume stored resources and when to preserve them for future needs, and for resolving disputes about access and allocation. The archaeological record provides only indirect evidence of these social innovations, but their existence can be inferred from the scale and sophistication of the storage facilities themselves. The management of collective resources also created new opportunities for social differentiation and the emergence of specialized roles within communities. Some individuals or families may have developed particular expertise in storage technologies, in predicting resource availability, or in managing the complex social negotiations involved in resource sharing. These specialized skills could have provided advantages that accumulated over time, creating the foundations for more pronounced forms of social hierarchy. Evidence for increasing social complexity during the early Holocene comes from several sources. Burial practices at sites like Kortik Tepe in southeastern Turkey show clear signs of differential treatment that suggest emerging social distinctions. Some individuals were buried with elaborate assemblages of tools, ornaments, and exotic materials, while others received much simpler interments. The differences appear to reflect not just individual achievements, but also inherited status, suggesting that social advantages were beginning to be passed from generation to generation. Architecture also provides evidence of social differentiation. While early Holocene communities were still relatively egalitarian compared to later agricultural societies, some sites show clear differences in the size and quality of residential structures. Larger buildings with more elaborate construction may have housed extended families or individuals with special social roles. Specialized buildings that appear to have served communal functions, meeting halls, ritual spaces, storage facilities, suggest that communities were developing more complex forms of collective organization. The development of long-distance trade networks during this period provides another indication of increasing social complexity. Archaeological evidence shows that early Holocene communities had access to materials from hundreds of kilometers away. Obsidian from central Anatolia appears at sites throughout the Fertile Crescent. Shells from both the Mediterranean and Red Seas are found at inland locations. Exotic stones and minerals were transported across vast distances and incorporated into tool production and ornamental objects. These trade relationships required sophisticated social institutions for establishing trust, maintaining long-term partnerships, and managing the complex negotiations involved in exchanging different types of goods. They also created opportunities for individuals or communities who controlled access to trade routes or who possessed specialized knowledge about distant resources. The management of trade relationships may have been one of the earliest forms of economic specialization in human societies. The expansion of trade networks during the early Holocene also facilitated the spread of technological innovations and cultural practices across large geographical areas. New techniques for tool production, new methods of food processing, new forms of artistic expression, and new social customs could spread rapidly along established trade routes. This cultural exchange accelerated the pace of innovation and created increasingly sophisticated and diverse human societies. But perhaps the most significant consequence of early Holocene climatic stability was its effect on the continuing evolution of human-plant relationships. Under predictable environmental conditions, the selective pressures that had been gradually modifying cereal populations became more consistent and more intense. Communities could implement more systematic harvesting strategies, could maintain more constant selective pressure for desirable plant characteristics, and could begin experimenting with more active forms of cultivation. The morphological changes in cereal populations that had begun during the preceding millennia accelerated significantly during the early Holocene. By 10,500 years ago, many sites were showing cereal assemblages where non-shattering forms constituted 70% or more of the total. In some locations, the transition to fully domesticated cereals appears to have been essentially complete, with wild-type forms becoming increasingly rare in archaeological deposits. But the changes went beyond simple morphological modifications. Under intensive human management, Cereal populations began exhibiting other characteristics that made them more suitable for human use, but less capable of surviving in truly wild conditions. Seeds became larger and more uniform in size, making them easier to process and more nutritionally valuable. Germination patterns became more synchronized, making field management more predictable. Plants became less capable of surviving without human intervention, but more productive when that intervention was provided. The increasing dependence of modified cereal populations on human management created what evolutionary biologists call an obligate mutualism, a relationship where both partners have become so specialized for their interaction that neither can survive without the other. Humans had become dependent on cereals with domesticated characteristics because they were so much more efficient to harvest and process. At the same time, these modified cereals could no longer reproduce successfully without human harvesting, seed scattering, and protection from competing vegetation. This mutualistic relationship fundamentally altered the terms of human interaction with the environment. Instead of simply extracting resources from natural systems, communities were now actively managing and maintaining the productive capacity of those systems. They had become, in essence, ecosystem engineers, creating and maintaining artificial environments that were more productive than natural systems, but required constant human intervention to survive. The transition from passive resource extraction to active ecosystem management had profound implications for community organization, settlement patterns, and social relationships. Communities that were managing domesticated plant populations could not simply abandon their investments and move elsewhere when conditions changed. They had to maintain their management systems continuously or risk losing their productive capacity entirely. This created strong incentives for permanent settlement and long-term territorial control. Evidence for the emergence of territorial behavior during the early Holocene comes from several sources. Sites become more densely distributed across favorable landscapes, suggesting that communities were claiming and defending particular territories. Defensive features, walls, ditches, strategic positioning begin appearing at some sites, indicating that conflicts over resource access were becoming more common. Trade networks become more formalized and systematic, suggesting that communities were developing more exclusive control over particular resources or trade routes. The development of territorial behavior was closely linked to increasing investment in place-specific infrastructure and resource management systems. A community that had spent years or decades developing productive cereal stands, building elaborate storage facilities, and creating efficient processing systems had strong incentives to prevent other groups from benefiting from those investments. The labor embodied in these improvements made particular places valuable in ways that had never existed under purely extractive resource strategies. But territoriality also created new challenges for community organization and intergroup relationships. Communities that had previously been able to resolve conflicts through mobility by simply moving away from sources of tension now had to develop other mechanisms for managing disputes. The archaeological record from this period shows evidence of both increasing conflict and increasing cooperation, suggesting that communities were experimenting with various approaches to managing the social consequences of sedentism. Some communities appear to have responded to territorial pressures by developing more elaborate systems of alliance and mutual support. Regional networks of communities shared resources during difficult periods, coordinated their activities to avoid conflicts, and maintained social relationships through intermarriage and ritual exchanges. These alliance systems may have been precursors to the more formal political institutions that would emerge in later agricultural societies. Other communities seem to have emphasized defensive strategies, building fortifications, and developing military capabilities that could protect their resources from external threats. The emergence of defensive architecture during the early Holocene suggests that competition for valuable resources was becoming more intense, and that communities were willing to invest significant labor in protecting their investments. The social changes associated with permanent settlement and resource management had important implications for demographic patterns as well. Under mobile foraging strategies, population sizes were constrained by the carrying capacity of the least productive environments that communities encountered during their seasonal rounds. But under sedentary strategies based on intensive resource management, populations could grow to match the productive capacity of managed systems during favorable periods. Archaeological evidence suggests that early Holocene communities experienced significant population growth compared to their mobile predecessors. Sites like Catalhoyuk in central Anatolia may have housed several thousand people, making them among the largest human settlements that had ever existed up to that point in history. This population growth was made possible by the increased productivity of managed cereal systems and by the development of storage technologies that could buffer communities against seasonal and annual variations in resource availability. But population growth also created new pressures and challenges. Larger communities required more sophisticated systems for social coordination, waste management, and conflict resolution. They placed greater pressure on local environments and required more intensive resource management to maintain productivity. Most significantly, they reduced the flexibility that had allowed mobile communities to adapt to environmental changes through relocation. The reduced flexibility of sedentary communities became a critical vulnerability when environmental conditions began to change. While the early Holocene provided several millennia of relatively stable climatic conditions, it was not entirely without fluctuations. Periodic droughts, unusual flood events, and temporary cooling periods created challenges for communities that had become dependent on predictable environmental patterns. Some of these climatic fluctuations had dramatic effects on early Holocene communities. Around 10,200 years ago, a brief but severe cooling event created stress for communities across the Fertile Crescent. Archaeological evidence from several sites shows disruptions in occupation, changes in subsistence strategies, and in some cases, temporary or permanent abandonment. This event, sometimes called the 10.2K event by climatologists, provides important insights into the vulnerabilities created by the transition to sedentary resource management strategies. Communities responded to these environmental challenges in various ways. Some intensified their resource management practices, investing even more labor in maintaining productive capacity under difficult conditions. Others diversified their subsistence strategies, incorporating more hunting, gathering, or fishing to reduce dependence on managed cereal systems. Still others may have temporarily returned to more mobile strategies, abandoning their permanent settlements during the most difficult periods and returning when conditions improved. But the overall trajectory remained toward increasing sedentism and intensification of resource management. Each environmental challenge was met not by abandoning the new strategies that had developed during the early Holocene, but by refining and improving them. Communities learned to build more resilient storage systems, to diversify their managed plant portfolios, and to develop social institutions that could coordinate more effective responses to environmental stress. The technological innovations that emerged from these adaptive responses laid the foundation for the full development of agricultural systems. Communities began experimenting with more active forms of cultivation, deliberately planting seeds in prepared soil rather than simply managing naturally occurring plant populations. They developed more sophisticated tools for soil preparation, planting, and harvesting. They began managing not just cereal crops but also legumes, root vegetables, and eventually tree crops that could provide more diverse and resilient food systems. The development of more active cultivation practices represented a crucial transition point in the relationship between humans and plants. While the earlier phases of domestication had been largely passive, humans selecting for desirable characteristics in naturally occurring plant populations. Cultivation required active intervention in plant reproduction and development. Communities had to learn to prepare suitable growing environments, to time planting activities appropriately, to manage competing vegetation, and to provide the water and nutrients that cultivated plants required. These new cultivation practices required substantial modifications in community organization and labor allocation. Unlike harvesting wild resources, which could often be accomplished through relatively uncoordinated individual or family efforts, cultivation required careful planning and coordination of collective activities. Fields had to be prepared. Seeds had to be planted at appropriate times. Growing crops had to be protected from pests and competing vegetation, and harvests had to be organized to maximize efficiency and minimize losses. The labor requirements of cultivation also created new opportunities for social differentiation and specialization. Some individuals or families may have developed particular expertise in cultivation techniques, in managing soil fertility, or in coordinating complex agricultural activities. These specialized skills could provide advantages that accumulated over time, creating the foundation for more pronounced forms of social hierarchy. Evidence for the emergence of cultivation practices comes from several sources. Changes in tool assemblages show increasing emphasis on implements designed for soil preparation and plant management, rather than simply harvesting wild resources. Modifications in settlement patterns suggest that communities were choosing locations based on their suitability for cultivation, rather than just their access to wild resources. Most directly, the appearance of clearly artificial planting patterns in archaeological deposits provides evidence that communities were actively sowing seeds rather than simply managing naturally occurring plant populations. By the end of the period covered in this chapter, around 10,000 years ago, many communities across the Fertile Crescent had made the transition from intensive foraging to genuine agriculture. They were cultivating fully domesticated cereals in prepared fields, managing legume crops that could maintain soil fertility, and developing the integrated farming systems that would support the emergence of complex agricultural societies. But this transition was not uniform or instantaneous. Different communities made the shift at different times and in different ways, depending on local environmental conditions, social organization, and cultural traditions. Some regions developed agriculture earlier and more completely than others. Some communities maintained mixed strategies that combined cultivation with continued hunting, gathering, and management of wild resources. The variation in pathways toward agriculture provides important insights into the complex factors that influenced this crucial transition in human history. Climate stability was clearly a necessary condition for the development of agricultural systems, but it was not sufficient by itself. The transition also required appropriate plant and animal species, suitable environmental conditions, sufficient population pressure to make intensive resource management worthwhile, and social institutions capable of coordinating the complex activities involved in cultivation. The early Holocene period represents a crucial watershed in human history, the moment when climatic stability created the conditions for a fundamental transformation in human-environment relationships. The predictable seasonal cycles and reliable environmental patterns of this period allowed communities to make long-term investments in place-based resource management systems that would eventually evolve into full agricultural economies. But the transition was not simply a response to environmental opportunity. It also reflected choices made by human communities about how to organize their societies and how to relate to the natural world around them. Communities could have responded to climatic stability by intensifying mobile foraging strategies, by developing more efficient techniques for extracting resources from natural systems without fundamentally altering them. Instead, many chose to pursue strategies that required increasingly active management and modification of environmental systems. These choices had profound consequences that extended far beyond the immediate benefits of increased food production. The transition to sedentary agriculture created the foundation for population growth, social complexity, technological innovation, and eventually urban civilization. But it also created new vulnerabilities, new forms of social inequality, and new types of environmental impact that would shape human history for millennia to come. Understanding the early Holocene transition provides important perspectives on the relationship between environmental change and social transformation. It demonstrates that human societies are capable of remarkable adaptability when faced with new environmental conditions, but also that the choices made during periods of transition can have long-lasting consequences that are difficult to reverse. The communities that made the transition from foraging to farming during the early Holocene could not have predicted all the implications of their choices, but those choices ultimately determined the trajectory of human development for thousands of years. As we prepare to explore the next phase of this story, the full emergence of agricultural societies and the development of the complex institutions that would characterize Neolithic civilizations, we carry with us an appreciation for the crucial role that environmental context played in shaping human possibilities. The stable climate of the early Holocene created a window of opportunity that allowed human communities to experiment with new forms of social organization and resource management. How they responded to that opportunity would determine not just their own future, but the future of human civilization itself. The climate had locked in, providing the stable foundation that human societies needed to build more complex and permanent institutions. But in responding to that stability, human communities had also locked themselves into patterns of settlement and resource management that would prove difficult to change. The mutual dependence between humans and domesticated plants that had developed during this period would become the foundation for all subsequent agricultural societies, creating both opportunities and constraints that continue to shape human civilization today. The transformation of the early Holocene represents one of the most consequential periods in human history, a time when environmental opportunity and human innovation combined to create entirely new possibilities for social organization and cultural development. Understanding this transformation helps us better appreciate both the achievements and the challenges of agricultural civilization, and provides valuable insights into the ongoing relationship between human societies and the environmental systems that support them. The stable climate of the early Holocene had created the conditions for a fundamental transformation in human-plant relationships, but the communities that lived through this period did not wake up one morning and decide to become farmers. The transition from intensive foraging to genuine agriculture was neither sudden nor inevitable, neither uniform nor irreversible. Instead, it was a messy, experimental process that unfolded differently in different places and at different times. Communities tried various approaches, abandoned some strategies when they proved unsuccessful, combined new techniques with traditional practices, and often took centuries to commit fully to agricultural lifestyles. This was not the triumphant march of human progress that popular narratives often describe, but rather a long period of trial and error, of false starts and dead ends, of communities feeling their way toward new forms of subsistence without any clear vision of where they were heading. The archaeological record from this crucial period reveals a picture of remarkable diversity in human responses to the opportunities created by climatic stability and plant domestication. Rather than a single pathway from foraging to farming, we see multiple experiments occurring simultaneously across the Fertile Crescent and beyond. Some communities embraced cultivation enthusiastically, quickly developing the full suite of agricultural practices that would characterize Neolithic societies. Others maintained mixed economies that combined traditional foraging with limited cultivation for centuries. Still others experimented with cultivation for brief periods before abandoning it in favor of intensified hunting and gathering strategies. At Kayonu Tepezi in southeastern Turkey, one of the most thoroughly excavated early agricultural sites, the sequence of occupation layers tells a story of gradual, hesitant adoption of agricultural practices over more than a millennium. The earliest levels, dating to around 10,400 years ago, contain evidence of intensive collection and processing of wild cereals, but no clear signs of cultivation. The inhabitants were still primarily foragers, though extremely sophisticated ones who had developed elaborate technologies for managing wild plant resources. As the occupation sequence progresses through time, evidence for cultivation appears gradually and inconsistently. Some layers contain high proportions of morphologically domesticated cereals alongside clear wild types, suggesting that the inhabitants were managing both cultivated plots and wild stands simultaneously. Storage facilities become larger and more elaborate, but they continue to contain mixtures of wild and domesticated plant remains. Tool assemblages show increasing emphasis on cultivation implements, but hunting and gathering equipment remains prominent throughout the sequence. Perhaps most tellingly, the sequence at Kayonu shows several apparent reversals, periods where evidence for cultivation decreases and traditional foraging activities become more prominent. These reversals suggest that the community was not simply progressing inevitably toward full agriculture, but rather experimenting with different subsistence strategies and occasionally retreating from cultivation when it proved less successful than traditional alternatives. Similar patterns of experimentation and reversal appear at sites throughout the region during this period. At Abu Huraira on the Euphrates River, the archaeological sequence shows a complex pattern of adoption, abandonment, and readoption of cultivation practices over several centuries. The site's inhabitants appear to have experimented with cultivating wild cereals during the later phases of the Younger Dryas, abandoned cultivation during the early Holocene, and then gradually readopted it as environmental conditions stabilized. These patterns of experimentation reflect the reality that early cultivation was not obviously superior to intensive foraging strategies. Wild cereals, even when intensively managed, often provided more reliable yields than early attempts at cultivation. Wild resources required less labor investment and were less vulnerable to the diseases, pests, and weather events that could devastate cultivated crops. For communities that had developed sophisticated techniques for managing wild resources, cultivation represented a risky experiment that might or might not prove worthwhile. The process of learning to cultivate successfully required communities to develop entirely new sets of skills and knowledge. They had to learn to prepare soil appropriately, to time planting activities to match seasonal conditions, to manage water availability through irrigation or drainage, to protect growing crops from competing vegetation and animal pests, and to coordinate the complex sequence of activities required for successful harvesting and processing. These skills could not be learned quickly or easily, and early attempts at cultivation often failed due to inexperience or inadequate techniques. Archaeological evidence from this period shows clear signs of the learning process that communities went through as they developed agricultural skills. Early cultivated fields often show inefficient use of space, poor drainage, and inadequate protection from erosion. Storage facilities from early agricultural sites frequently show evidence of crop failures, with stores of grain that were damaged by moisture, insects, or other problems that more experienced farmers would have known how to prevent. Tool assemblages show experimentation with different approaches to soil preparation, planting, and harvesting, with many implements appearing briefly in the archaeological record before being abandoned in favor of more effective alternatives. The development of animal domestication during this period shows even clearer evidence of experimentation and gradual learning. The process of transforming wild animals into domestic livestock was neither quick nor straightforward, and different communities tried various approaches with varying degrees of success. Archaeological sites from this period contain animal remains that show the full spectrum from purely wild populations to fully domesticated forms, with many intermediate conditions representing different stages or approaches to the domestication process. At sites like Ganj Dara in the Zagros Mountains and Kayonu in southeastern Turkey, archaeological evidence suggests that communities were managing wild goat populations in ways that gradually led to domestication. Early stages of this process probably involved protecting wild herds from predators, providing supplemental feeding during difficult seasons, and perhaps controlling breeding to some extent. Over time, these management practices led to morphological and behavioral changes that gradually transformed wild animals into domestic livestock, but the process was neither smooth nor inevitable. Evidence from several sites suggests that communities sometimes lost control of their managed animal populations, allowing them to return to wild states. Other sites show evidence of overexploitation, where intensive management led to population crashes that forced communities to abandon their animal management strategies. Still others show evidence of successful management for limited periods, followed by apparent abandonment of animal husbandry in favor of hunting wild populations. The challenges of early animal domestication were considerable. Managing wild animals required constant attention and significant labor investment. Animals had to be protected from predators, provided with adequate food and water, and prevented from escaping or reverting to wild behaviors. Disease outbreaks could devastate managed herds, and inexperienced managers often made mistakes that led to population crashes or behavioral problems in their animals. Moreover, the benefits of animal domestication were not immediately obvious. Wild animals provided meat, hides, and other products just as domestic animals did, and hunting often required less daily labor than herding. For communities that had developed effective hunting strategies, animal domestication represented a significant gamble that might not pay off for many years or even generations. The gradual development of integrated agricultural systems during this period required communities to coordinate their management of both plant and animal resources in ways that maximized the benefits of each. This integration was not automatic or obvious, and different communities developed different approaches to combining cultivation and animal husbandry. Some focused primarily on cereal cultivation with limited animal management. Others emphasized livestock production with minimal cultivation. Still others developed balanced systems that integrated both activities in mutually reinforcing ways. The most successful integrated systems took advantage of the complementary relationships between cultivated plants and domesticated animals. Animal manure could fertilize crop fields, increasing yields and maintaining soil fertility. Crop residues could provide fodder for animals during seasons when natural forage was scarce. Animals could be used to prepare soil for planting by trampling and fertilizing fallow fields. These synergistic relationships eventually became fundamental to successful agricultural systems, but they had to be discovered and developed through experimentation over many generations. Evidence for the development of integrated agricultural systems comes from several sources. Changes in field organization show increasing coordination between crop production and animal management areas. Modifications in tool assemblages reflect the development of implements designed for managing both plants and animals. Most directly, changes in the composition of archaeological deposits show increasing integration of plant and animal remains that suggests coordinated management strategies. But the development of these integrated systems was not uniform across all communities or all regions. Local environmental conditions, cultural preferences, and social organization all influenced how communities approached the challenge of combining cultivation and animal management. Some regions developed systems that emphasized extensive grazing with limited cultivation. Others focused on intensive cultivation with minimal animal husbandry. Still others maintained mixed economies that combined agricultural activities with continued hunting, gathering, and management of wild resources. The social implications of the transition to agricultural lifestyles were as complex and varied as the technical aspects of learning to farm. Agriculture required different forms of labor organization than foraging, different approaches to resource sharing, and different methods of coordinating community activities. These social changes were not automatic consequences of technological innovation, but rather represented conscious choices that communities made about how to organize their societies in response to new economic opportunities. In many cases, the transition to agriculture created new forms of social inequality that had not existed under foraging economies. Successful farming required access to suitable land, and communities that controlled the best agricultural locations enjoyed advantages that could compound over time. Some individuals or families developed greater expertise in agricultural techniques, giving them higher and more reliable yields than their neighbors. The storage of agricultural surpluses created opportunities for wealth accumulation that could be converted into social and political influence. But these developments were neither immediate nor inevitable. Many early agricultural communities maintained relatively egalitarian social organization for centuries after adopting cultivation practices. Others developed forms of social differentiation that were quite different from those that would characterize later agricultural societies. The relationship between agricultural technology and social organization was mediated by cultural values, environmental constraints, and historical circumstances that varied considerably across different communities. Archaeological evidence for social changes during the early agricultural period comes primarily from burial practices, architectural differences, and the distribution of material goods within communities. Early agricultural sites show increasing variation in burial treatments, with some individuals receiving more elaborate interments that suggest higher social status. Architecture becomes more differentiated, with some structures clearly serving specialized functions, and some residential buildings being larger or more elaborate than others. Exotic goods become more common and more unequally distributed, suggesting the development of trade relationships and the emergence of individuals or families with greater access to valuable resources. But the interpretation of these archaeological patterns is complicated by the fact that social organization was still fluid and experimental during this period. Communities were trying different approaches to managing the social challenges created by agricultural lifestyles, and many of their experiments were probably temporary or unsuccessful. The archaeological record shows evidence of both increasing social complexity and periodic reversals toward more egalitarian organization, suggesting that communities were still working out the social implications of their new economic strategies. The environmental impacts of early agricultural practices were similarly varied and experimental. Different communities developed different approaches to managing the environmental consequences of cultivation and animal husbandry, with varying degrees of success in maintaining long-term sustainability. Some communities developed techniques that maintained soil fertility and prevented environmental degradation for centuries. Others experienced rapid environmental decline that forced them to abandon agricultural practices or relocate to new areas. Evidence for environmental impacts during the early agricultural period comes from several sources. Pollen analyses from lake sediments show changes in vegetation patterns that reflect human activities such as forest clearing, burning, and the cultivation of crop plants. Soil studies from archaeological sites reveal information about erosion, fertility decline, and other consequences of agricultural activities. Faunal remains provide evidence of changes in wild animal populations that may reflect habitat modification or hunting pressure associated with agricultural communities. The environmental record suggests that early agricultural communities were aware of the environmental consequences of their activities and were actively experimenting with techniques to minimize negative impacts. Evidence for soil conservation measures, crop rotation practices, and managed fallowing appears at many early agricultural sites. Some communities developed sophisticated systems for managing water resources that maintained agricultural productivity while preventing erosion and salinization. But not all communities were equally successful in managing environmental impacts. Some sites show clear evidence of environmental degradation, including soil erosion, deforestation, and declines in wild animal populations. These environmental problems sometimes led to the abandonment of agricultural practices or the relocation of entire communities to less degraded areas. The relationship between environmental management and agricultural success was clearly recognized by early farming communities, but developing effective management strategies required considerable experimentation and learning. Different environmental conditions required different approaches, and techniques that worked well in one location might prove inadequate or counterproductive in another. Communities had to develop locally appropriate management strategies through trial and error over many generations. The technological innovations associated with early agriculture were similarly experimental and varied. Different communities developed different approaches to the technical challenges of cultivation, and many of their innovations were probably specific to local conditions or cultural preferences. Some technological developments spread rapidly across wide areas, suggesting that they represented clear improvements over existing techniques. Others remained localized, indicating that they may have been less successful or less applicable to different circumstances. Evidence for technological innovation during the early agricultural period comes primarily from changes in tool assemblages and the appearance of new types of equipment designed specifically for agricultural activities. Stone tools show increasing specialization for different aspects of cultivation, including implements for soil preparation, planting, weeding, and harvesting. Pottery becomes more common and more varied, reflecting new needs for storage, cooking, and processing agricultural products. Architectural innovations include new types of storage facilities, animal housing, and specialized work areas for agricultural activities. But the technological record also shows evidence of experimentation and occasional failure. Many tool types appear briefly in the archaeological record before disappearing, suggesting that they were tried and found inadequate. Some sites show evidence of technological regression, where communities abandoned complex techniques in favor of simpler alternatives. The technological development associated with early agriculture was clearly not a linear process of improvement, but rather a complex pattern of innovation, experimentation, and occasional failure. The spread of agricultural practices beyond the core areas of the Fertile Crescent during this period provides additional evidence for the experimental and varied nature of early farming. As agricultural techniques spread to new regions, they had to be adapted to different environmental conditions, different plant and animal species, and different cultural contexts. This adaptation process often involved considerable experimentation and modification of the original techniques. In some cases, agricultural practices spread rapidly and successfully to new regions, suggesting that they provided clear advantages over existing subsistence strategies. The spread of agriculture into the Mediterranean basin, the Balkans, and parts of Central Asia during this period shows evidence of relatively successful adaptation to new environmental conditions. Communities in these regions were able to modify Fertile Crescent agricultural techniques to work with local resources and environmental conditions. But in other cases, the spread of agriculture was slower, less successful, or involved considerable modification of the original practices. Some regions maintained mixed economies that combined agricultural techniques with traditional foraging strategies for many centuries. Others experimented with agriculture briefly before abandoning it in favor of intensified hunting and gathering. Still others developed unique agricultural systems that were quite different from those that had originated in the Fertile Crescent. The variation in how agricultural practices spread and were adapted provides important insights into the factors that influenced the success or failure of early farming experiments. Environmental suitability was clearly important, but so were cultural factors, social organization, and the availability of appropriate plant and animal species. The spread of agriculture was not simply a matter of superior technology displacing inferior alternatives, but rather a complex process of cultural adaptation and innovation. By the end of the period covered in this chapter, around 9,000 years ago, agricultural practices had become established across much of the Near East and were beginning to spread into adjacent regions. But this establishment was neither complete nor uniform. Many communities continued to maintain mixed economies that combined agriculture with traditional subsistence strategies. Others had developed agricultural systems that were quite different from those that would characterize later farming societies. The experimental nature of early agriculture is perhaps most clearly illustrated by the communities that tried farming and then abandoned it. Archaeological evidence from several sites shows clear sequences where agricultural practices were adopted, maintained for several generations, and then abandoned in favor of intensified foraging strategies. These reversals suggest that early agriculture was not obviously superior to alternative subsistence strategies, and that communities were willing to abandon farming when it proved less successful than traditional alternatives. The reasons for these agricultural reversals were probably varied. Environmental changes, such as droughts or cooling periods, may have made farming less productive than foraging in some regions. Social factors, such as population pressure or conflict, may have made the labor-intensive requirements of agriculture unsustainable. Technical factors, such as soil exhaustion or pest outbreaks, may have reduced agricultural productivity below acceptable levels. Whatever the specific causes, these reversals demonstrate that the transition to agriculture was not an irreversible process during this early period. Communities retained the flexibility to abandon agricultural practices when they proved unsuccessful, and many exercised this flexibility. The commitment to agricultural lifestyles that would characterize later periods had not yet developed, and communities were still willing to experiment with different subsistence strategies depending on their circumstances and preferences. The pattern of experimentation, adoption, and occasional abandonment that characterizes early agriculture provides important insights into the nature of technological and social change more generally. Major transitions in human society are rarely the result of obvious improvements that are immediately adopted by all communities. Instead, they typically involve long periods of experimentation, with different communities trying different approaches and achieving different levels of success. The early agricultural period demonstrates that even major technological innovations like farming are not automatically successful and may require considerable development and refinement before they provide clear advantages over existing alternatives. The communities that lived through this period were pioneers in the truest sense, exploring unknown territories of human possibility without any guarantee that their experiments would succeed. Understanding the experimental nature of early agriculture also helps us appreciate the remarkable achievement of the communities that eventually developed successful farming systems. They had to solve complex technical problems, develop new forms of social organization, and create sustainable relationships with their environments through trial and error over many generations. Their success was not inevitable, and their failures were often instructive, contributing to the gradual accumulation of knowledge that eventually made agricultural civilization possible. The legacy of this experimental period extends far beyond the immediate development of agricultural techniques. The willingness to experiment with new technologies and social organization, the ability to learn from both successes and failures, and the flexibility to adapt strategies to local conditions all became fundamental characteristics of human societies. These traits would prove essential as human communities continued to face new challenges and opportunities throughout history. As we prepare to explore the next phase of this story, the consolidation of agricultural practices and the emergence of the first fully agricultural societies, we carry with us an appreciation for the experimental, uncertain nature of this crucial transition. The invention of agriculture was not a single breakthrough, but a long process of collective learning that involved countless experiments, many failures, and gradual accumulation of knowledge and techniques. The communities that lived through the early agricultural period were not following a predetermined path toward civilization. They were creating that path through their choices, their experiments, and their willingness to try new approaches to the fundamental challenge of obtaining adequate food resources. Their story reminds us that human history is not a simple narrative of progress, but rather a complex process of exploration and adaptation that continues to shape our world today. While communities across the Fertile Crescent were still experimenting with the cultivation of wild cereals and learning the complex art of managing plant resources, another transformation was beginning to unfold in the spaces between houses, in the refuse areas behind settlements, and around the smoky fires where daily waste was burned or discarded. This transformation would prove just as significant as plant domestication, but it began in the most humble and unglamorous circumstances imaginable. It started not with deliberate human intention to create new relationships with animals, but with the simple reality that wherever humans settled for extended periods, they created ecological niches that some animals found irresistibly attractive. The story of animal domestication, at least in its earliest phases, is not a tale of human mastery over nature, but rather a story of mutual adaptation, opportunistic relationships, and the gradual emergence of dependencies that neither humans nor animals could have anticipated. The archaeological evidence for this process comes not from grand pastoral landscapes or carefully planned animal management facilities, but from the mundane deposits of daily life in early agricultural settlements. Middens, the archaeological term for ancient garbage dumps, contain the most revealing evidence for how humans and animals first began to develop the close relationships that would eventually lead to domestication. In these deposits, mixed together with broken pottery, discarded stone tools, and the remains of countless meals, we find the bones of animals that tell a story of gradual change, of wild creatures slowly becoming something else entirely. At sites like Ganj Dara in the Zagros Mountains, Kayonu in southeastern Turkey, and Asikli Hoyuk in central Anatolia, the evidence shows a remarkably consistent pattern. The earliest levels of occupation contain animal bones that are clearly from wild populations. The remains of animals that were hunted, killed, and consumed in the traditional manner that had sustained human communities for tens of thousands of years. But as the occupation sequences progress through time, subtle changes begin to appear in the composition and characteristics of animal bone assemblages that suggest something new was happening. The changes are initially so subtle that they might easily be missed without careful analysis. At Ganj Dara, the earliest levels contain goat bones that show the typical age and sex distributions of hunted wild populations, with roughly equal numbers of males and females, and a variety of age classes represented. But in later levels, dating to around 9,500 years ago, the pattern begins to shift. The proportion of very young animals increases, suggesting that some animals were being killed closer to human settlements rather than during long-distance hunting expeditions. More significantly, the sex ratio begins to shift toward a higher proportion of females, indicating that male animals were being killed preferentially while females were being preserved. This pattern of selective killing is one of the earliest and most reliable indicators of animal management, rather than simple hunting. In wild populations, both males and females are equally likely to be killed by human hunters. But in managed populations, males are typically culled more heavily because they are less essential for reproduction. A few breeding males can service many females, so excess males represent meat that can be harvested without reducing the reproductive potential of the herd. The appearance of this pattern in archaeological deposits suggests that humans were beginning to think of animals not just as prey to be hunted, but as resources to be managed over time. But how did this management relationship begin? The most likely scenario, based on both archaeological evidence and observations of contemporary human-animal interactions, is that it started with animals being attracted to human settlements by the resources they provided. Early agricultural communities produced substantial quantities of organic waste, food scraps, crop processing debris, human and animal excrement, that created rich feeding opportunities for scavenging animals. Goats, being opportunistic feeders with broad dietary preferences, were particularly well suited to exploit these anthropogenic food sources. The process probably began with wild goats discovering that human settlements provided reliable sources of easily accessible food. The organic waste produced by cooking, food processing, and daily life represented a concentrated resource that could support higher animal populations than the surrounding natural environment. Goats that were bold enough to approach human settlements and tolerate the presence of people could access these rich food sources, giving them advantages over more timid individuals that avoided human contact. Over time, the most tolerant and adaptable individual goats would have spent increasing amounts of time around human settlements, becoming familiar presences that people gradually began to take for granted. This process of habituation worked both ways. The goats became more comfortable around humans, while the humans became more accustomed to having goats as part of their daily environment. What started as a purely opportunistic relationship based on waste disposal gradually evolved into something more complex and interdependent. The evidence from sites like Asikli-Hoyuk provides particularly detailed insights into how this relationship developed. The site contains well-preserved deposits spanning several centuries of occupation, during which the relationship between humans and goats clearly evolved from casual tolerance to active management. The earliest levels show occasional goat bones mixed with the remains of many other animal species, suggesting opportunistic hunting of whatever animals were available. But later levels show increasing proportions of goat bones relative to other species, and these bones show the morphological and demographic changes that indicate increasing human control. One of the most significant changes visible in the archaeological record is the gradual shift in the age structure of goat populations around human settlements. In wild populations, mortality is typically highest among very young and very old animals, with adults in their prime years having the best survival rates. But in the archaeological deposits from sites like Asikli-Hoyuk, we see increasing numbers of juvenile animals, particularly very young kids that would rarely have been encountered by hunters targeting wild herds. The presence of these young animals indicates that goats were not just visiting human settlements occasionally, but were living there continuously and reproducing in close proximity to human activities. Female goats were giving birth to their offspring in and around human settlements, and these offspring were being killed and consumed by humans while they were still very young. This pattern suggests a level of control over goat reproduction that goes far beyond simple hunting of wild animals. The implications of this reproductive control were profound. Once humans began managing goat reproduction, they had created a sustainable source of animal protein that did not depend on the availability of wild game populations. A successfully managed goat herd could provide meat, milk, and other animal products on a predictable schedule, allowing communities to plan their subsistence strategies with much greater certainty than was possible when they depended entirely on hunting. But the development of this management relationship was not straightforward or immediate. Archaeological evidence suggests that early attempts at goat management were often unsuccessful, with managed herds sometimes escaping or reverting to wild behaviors. The bones from some sites show evidence of animals that were larger and more robust than typical domestic goats, suggesting that the morphological changes associated with domestication had not yet occurred. Other sites show dramatic fluctuations in the abundance of goat remains, indicating that management efforts were sometimes abandoned or interrupted. The learning curve involved in developing successful animal management techniques was steep and required communities to develop entirely new sets of skills and knowledge. They had to learn how to contain animals without preventing them from accessing adequate food and water. They had to understand goat reproductive cycles and breeding behaviors. They had to develop techniques for protecting managed herds from predators while maintaining their productivity and health. Most challenging of all, they had to develop social institutions for managing collectively owned animals and for coordinating the complex activities involved in successful herding. The social implications of animal management were as significant as the technical challenges. Unlike plant cultivation, which could often be accomplished by individual families working independently, animal management required coordination across larger social groups. Animals could not be tied to specific plots of land in the way that crops could be, and managed herds created shared resources and shared responsibilities that affected entire communities. Archaeological evidence suggests that early goat management was often a collective activity involving multiple families or entire settlements. The scale of some middens and the quantity of animal bones they contain indicate processing activities that were probably beyond the capacity of single households. Storage facilities for animal products, such as specially constructed pits for preserving meat or milk, often show evidence of collective use and maintenance. Most importantly, the demographic management of herds required long-term planning and coordination that could only be accomplished through community-level decision-making. The development of collective animal management created new opportunities for social differentiation and the emergence of specialized roles within communities. Some individuals probably developed particular expertise in animal husbandry techniques, becoming the community specialists responsible for managing breeding, health care, and protection of managed herds. Others may have specialized in processing animal products, developing the skills needed to convert milk into cheese, meat into preserved forms, and hides into useful materials. These specialized roles created new forms of social value and potentially new forms of social inequality. Individuals who possessed essential knowledge about animal management or who controlled access to particularly productive herds may have gained influence and status that translated into other social advantages. The archaeological record from this period shows evidence of increasing social differentiation, though it is difficult to determine how much of this was directly related to animal management versus other factors such as plant cultivation or trade relationships. The environmental implications of early animal management were also significant and complex. Managed goat herds created environmental impacts that were quite different from those associated with hunting wild populations. Goats are browsers rather than grazers, meaning that they prefer to eat leaves, shoots, and bark from woody plants rather than grass. In small numbers, this browsing behavior can actually enhance plant diversity and ecosystem health by preventing any single species from dominating the vegetation. But in larger numbers, goats can cause serious environmental degradation, particularly in fragile dryland ecosystems. Archaeological evidence suggests that early goat management communities were aware of these environmental impacts and developed techniques to minimize them. Some sites show evidence of seasonal movement patterns that prevented overgrazing in any single location. Others contain evidence of managed burning practices that may have been designed to enhance pasture productivity and prevent excessive accumulation of woody vegetation. Still others show evidence of supplemental feeding practices that reduce the pressure on natural vegetation by providing managed herds with crop residues and other anthropogenic food sources. But not all communities were equally successful in managing the environmental impacts of their herds. Some sites show clear evidence of environmental degradation, including changes in vegetation patterns, soil erosion, and declines in wild animal populations. These environmental problems sometimes forced communities to abandon animal management practices or to relocate to less degraded areas. The relationship between animal management and environmental sustainability was clearly recognized as a significant challenge that required careful attention and adaptive management strategies. The technological innovations associated with early animal management were equally important and varied. Communities had to develop new types of tools and facilities for managing, processing, and utilizing animal products. These innovations included new forms of cutting and butchering tools designed specifically for processing domestic animals, specialized containers for storing and processing milk and other animal products, and new types of construction techniques for building animal housing and management facilities. Perhaps most importantly, communities had to develop new approaches to integrating animal management with plant cultivation in ways that maximize the benefits of both activities. This integration was not automatic or obvious, and different communities developed different approaches to combining herding and farming. Some focused primarily on animal management with limited cultivation, while others maintained crop-focused systems with minimal animal husbandry. The most successful communities eventually developed integrated systems that took advantage of the complementary relationships between crops and livestock. The complementary relationships between plant cultivation and animal management created opportunities for more sustainable and productive agricultural systems. Animal manure could fertilize crop fields, maintaining soil fertility and enhancing yields. Crop residues could provide fodder for animals during seasons when natural forage was scarce. Animals could help prepare land for cultivation by trampling and fertilizing fallow fields. These synergistic relationships eventually became fundamental to successful agricultural systems, but they had to be discovered and developed through experimentation over many generations. Evidence for the development of integrated crop livestock systems comes from several sources. Changes in settlement layout show increasing coordination between crop production areas and animal management facilities. Modifications in tool assemblages reflect the development of implements designed for managing both plants and animals. Chemical analyses of soils from archaeological sites sometimes show evidence of manuring practices that integrated animal waste management with crop production. Most directly, changes in the botanical and zoological remains from sites show increasing evidence of coordinated management strategies that maximize the productivity of both plants and animals. The development of these integrated systems was not uniform across all regions or all communities. Local environmental conditions, cultural preferences, and social organization all influenced how communities approached the challenge of combining cultivation and animal management. Some regions developed systems that emphasized extensive grazing with limited cultivation, taking advantage of large areas of marginal land that were unsuitable for crop production. Others focused on intensive cultivation with minimal animal husbandry, using animals primarily to enhance crop productivity rather than as independent sources of food and materials. The variation in approaches to agricultural integration provides important insights into the adaptive flexibility that characterized early farming communities. Rather than adopting standardized techniques that worked everywhere, communities developed locally appropriate systems that reflected their specific environmental conditions and cultural values. This adaptive approach was essential for the successful expansion of agricultural practices into diverse environments with different opportunities and constraints. The social and cultural dimensions of animal management extended far beyond simple economic considerations. Managed animals became integrated into human communities in ways that affected everything from daily routines to ceremonial practices to concepts of ownership and social relationships. Archaeological evidence suggests that goats and other managed animals were not simply viewed as economic resources, but as participants in community life who had social significance and cultural meaning. Evidence for the cultural significance of managed animals comes from several sources. Burial practices at some early agricultural sites include animals buried with humans, suggesting that particular animals had special relationships with their human caretakers. Artistic representations of animals begin appearing more frequently in material culture from this period, indicating that animals were becoming more important in human symbolic systems. Most intriguingly, some sites contain evidence of ritual activities involving animals that suggest they were incorporated into ceremonial and religious practices. The integration of animals into human social and cultural systems created new forms of relationship that were quite different from the predator-prey relationships that had characterized human-animal interactions during the hunting and gathering period. Managed animals became quasi-social beings that occupied intermediate positions between the wild world and human society. They were neither fully wild nor fully human, but something new that required new forms of understanding and relationship. These new relationships created both opportunities and challenges for human communities. On one hand, managed animals provided new sources of security, productivity, and social meaning that enhanced community life in important ways. On the other hand, they created new forms of responsibility, new sources of conflict, and new vulnerabilities that communities had to learn to manage. The development of successful animal management strategies required communities to navigate these complex social and cultural dimensions, as well as the technical challenges of husbandry. By the end of the period covered in this chapter, around 8,500 years ago, animal management had become established as a fundamental component of agricultural life across much of the Near East. Goats were fully domesticated, showing the morphological and behavioral changes that distinguished them clearly from their wild ancestors. Other animals, particularly sheep and pigs, were beginning to show similar patterns of management and domestication. The integration of animal husbandry with plant cultivation was creating more productive and sustainable agricultural systems that could support larger populations and more complex societies. But the establishment of animal management as a central feature of human subsistence was not the end of the story, but rather the beginning of a new chapter in human-animal relationships. The domestication of goats and other animals created precedents and patterns that would be repeated with many other species over the following millennia. The techniques and social institutions developed for managing domestic animals would be adapted for use with cattle, horses, camels, and many other species that would eventually become part of human agricultural systems. Perhaps most importantly, the development of animal domestication established new forms of human-environment relationship that went beyond the extraction of resources from natural systems to include active management and modification of living organisms. Humans had learned not just to use animals, but to reshape them through selective breeding and management practices that altered their genetics, morphology, and behavior. This represented a new form of power over the natural world that would have profound implications for the future development of human civilization. The story of goats and garbage fires reminds us that some of the most significant transformations in human history have begun in the most mundane circumstances. The relationship between humans and domestic animals that would eventually become central to agricultural civilization started not with grand visions of pastoral abundance, but with the simple reality that some animals found human refuse attractive and some humans found those animals useful. From these humble beginnings, through countless small adaptations and innovations, communities developed the complex systems of animal husbandry that would support the growth of cities, states, and empires. Understanding the gradual experimental nature of animal domestication helps us appreciate both the ingenuity of early agricultural communities and the contingent nature of the developments that led to modern civilization. The domestication of animals was not inevitable or predetermined, but rather emerged from the specific circumstances and choices of particular communities dealing with particular challenges and opportunities. Their success in developing sustainable relationships with domestic animals was neither automatic nor guaranteed, but required generations of careful observation, experimentation, and adaptation. As we prepare to explore the next phase of this story, the full establishment of integrated agricultural systems and the emergence of the first truly agricultural societies, we carry with us an understanding of how complex and multifaceted the agricultural transformation really was. It was not simply a matter of learning to plant crops, but also involved developing new relationships with animals, new forms of social organization, new approaches to environmental management, and new ways of understanding the relationship between human communities and the natural world. The communities that accomplished this transformation were pioneers in the truest sense, creating entirely new forms of human possibility through their willingness to experiment with new approaches to the fundamental challenges of survival and prosperity. The gradual emergence of animal domestication around the refuse heaps of early settlements was just one manifestation of a broader transformation that was reshaping human life in fundamental ways. As communities across the Fertile Crescent committed increasingly to permanent settlement, cultivated crops, and managed herds, they were inadvertently creating entirely new forms of human existence that came with both unprecedented opportunities and unexpected costs. The world was not literally shrinking, but for the people living through this transformation, the horizon of daily experience was contracting in ways that would have profound implications for health, social organization, and the very nature of what it meant to be human. The vast landscapes that had once been home were being replaced by compound walls, storage pits, and the accumulated debris of settled life. Freedom of movement was being traded for security of resources, and the trade-offs were becoming increasingly visible in the archaeological record left behind by these pioneering agricultural communities. The most immediately obvious change was architectural. The temporary shelters and seasonal camps that had characterized human settlement for tens of thousands of years were giving way to substantial, permanent structures that represented entirely new relationships between people and place. At sites like Catalhoyuk in central Anatolia, Tel Es Sawan in Iraq, and Beda in Jordan, archaeologists have uncovered the remains of buildings that were clearly designed to last for generations, not seasons. These were not the portable dwellings of mobile foragers, but massive investments in permanence that reflected fundamental changes in how communities thought about their relationship to specific locations. The houses at Catalhoyuk provide perhaps the most dramatic example of this architectural revolution. Dating to around 9,400 years ago, the settlement consists of hundreds of rectangular mud brick buildings clustered together so tightly that there are virtually no streets between them. Entry was through openings in the roofs, and residents moved around their community by walking across the tops of their neighbors' houses. Each building was constructed with thick walls, elaborate interior features, and careful attention to durability that suggests the builders expected these structures to serve multiple generations of occupants. But more revealing than the buildings themselves are the modifications and additions that accumulated over time. Archaeological excavation reveals that individual houses were rebuilt repeatedly on the same foundations, with each reconstruction incorporating lessons learned from previous versions. Walls were thickened, interior arrangements were modified, and new features were added to improve functionality and comfort. These repeated investments in the same locations demonstrate a level of commitment to place that was unprecedented in human history. The interior organization of these permanent houses also reveals important changes in how people lived their daily lives. Unlike the open, flexible spaces of mobile camps, permanent houses were subdivided into specialized areas for different activities. There were designated spaces for food storage, for cooking, for sleeping, for tool production, and for ritual activities. This functional specialization created more efficient use of space, but it also imposed new constraints on daily activities and social interactions. Perhaps most significantly, permanent houses created new relationships between families and their possessions. Mobile foragers could own only what they could carry, which meant that material culture remained relatively simple and standardized. But permanent residents could accumulate much larger quantities of belongings, and archaeological sites from this period show evidence of increasingly diverse and specialized tool assemblages, elaborate decorative objects, and substantial stores of raw materials and finished goods. The accumulation of material possessions had important implications for social relationships within communities. When everyone owns roughly the same small collection of portable goods, material inequality is limited by practical constraints. But when people can accumulate and store large quantities of possessions, new forms of social differentiation become possible. Archaeological evidence from early agricultural settlements shows clear signs that some families or individuals were accumulating much more material wealth than others, creating the foundations for the kinds of economic inequality that would characterize later agricultural societies. The development of specialized storage facilities was another crucial component of the sedentary revolution. Permanent settlement made it possible and necessary to store much larger quantities of food and other resources than had ever been practical under mobile lifestyles. Archaeological sites from this period contain elaborate storage systems, including underground pits lined with stone or plaster, above-ground granaries with sophisticated ventilation systems, and large ceramic containers designed specifically for long-term storage of different types of resources. These storage systems represented enormous investments of labor and materials, but they also created entirely new possibilities for managing seasonal and annual variations in resource availability. Communities could harvest and store surplus production during favorable periods, providing insurance against crop failures, harsh weather, or other disruptions. They could also begin to accumulate wealth in storable forms, creating the foundation for more complex economic relationships and social institutions. But storage also created new vulnerabilities and challenges. Stored resources were vulnerable to spoilage, pest damage, theft, and destruction by fire or flooding. Managing storage systems required specialized knowledge about preservation techniques, pest control, and optimal storage conditions for different types of materials. Most importantly, stored resources had to be protected from human competitors who might attempt to take them by force. The need to defend stored resources and permanent installations was one of the most significant challenges created by sedentary lifestyles. Mobile foragers could respond to conflicts by moving away from sources of tension, but permanent residents had to defend their investments or risk losing everything they had worked to create. Archaeological evidence from this period shows clear signs that communities were increasingly concerned about defense and security. Many early agricultural settlements show evidence of defensive architecture, including walls, ditches, towers, and strategically positioned buildings that could provide protection against attack. The famous walls of Jericho, dating to around 9,000 years ago, represent one of the earliest and most impressive examples of community defensive architecture. These massive stone fortifications, some of which still stand several meters high, required enormous investments of labor and coordination that could only have been justified by serious concerns about external threats. But defensive architecture was only one response to the security challenges created by sedentism. Communities also developed new forms of social organization designed to coordinate collective defense and to manage the conflicts that arose within increasingly large and densely settled populations. The archaeological record provides limited direct evidence for these social innovations, but their existence can be inferred from the scale and complexity of the settlements themselves, and from the evidence of collective activities such as construction projects, resource management, and ceremonial activities. The demographic implications of sedentary lifestyles were equally profound and complex. Permanent settlement allowed and encouraged population growth in ways that had not been possible under mobile lifestyles. Women in sedentary communities typically had shorter intervals between pregnancies, leading to higher fertility rates and faster population growth. At the same time, reliable food storage and production made it possible to support larger populations in smaller areas than had ever been practical under foraging strategies. Archaeological evidence suggests that early agricultural communities experienced substantial population growth compared to their mobile predecessors. Settlements that started as small clusters of a few families gradually grew into substantial towns housing hundreds or even thousands of people. This population growth was both a cause and a consequence of agricultural intensification, as larger populations required more intensive resource production, while also providing the labor force necessary for complex agricultural systems. But population growth and increased population density also created new health challenges that had not existed under mobile lifestyles. When people live in small, dispersed groups that move frequently, infectious diseases have difficulty establishing themselves and spreading through populations. But when large numbers of people live in close proximity for extended periods, conditions become ideal for the transmission of infectious diseases. and new health problems begin to emerge. The skeletal remains from early agricultural settlements provide clear evidence of these emerging health challenges. Compared to the remains of mobile foragers, the bones of early farmers show higher rates of infectious diseases, nutritional deficiencies, and stress-related pathologies. Dental health was particularly affected, with agricultural populations showing much higher rates of tooth decay and dental infections than their foraging predecessors. These health problems were probably related to changes in diet, increased carbohydrate consumption, and reduced dietary diversity that came with dependence on cultivated cereals. Perhaps most troublingly, early agricultural settlements showed dramatically higher rates of infant and child mortality than had characterized mobile foraging populations. Cemetery excavations from sites like Catalhoyuk and Tel Es Sawan reveal that as much as 40 to 50% of burials are of children under the age of 5, indicating that early agricultural communities were losing enormous numbers of their young people to disease, malnutrition, and other health problems. The reasons for this increase in child mortality were complex and multiple. Sedentary lifestyles created conditions that favored the transmission of childhood diseases such as diarrheal infections, respiratory ailments, and other communicable conditions. Increased population density meant that infectious diseases could spread more rapidly through communities. Changes in food processing and storage may have created new opportunities for food contamination and poisoning. Most significantly, the dietary changes associated with agricultural lifestyles may have created nutritional deficiencies that made children more susceptible to disease and death. The psychological and social impacts of higher child mortality rates were profound. Communities had to develop new cultural practices for coping with the frequent death of children, and families had to adapt their reproductive strategies to account for higher rates of infant and child loss. Archaeological evidence suggests that some communities responded to high child mortality by having more children, while others developed elaborate ritual practices for dealing with child death and memorializing deceased children. The management of human waste and garbage was another major challenge created by permanent settlement and increased population density. Mobile foragers could simply move away from accumulated waste, leaving natural decomposition processes to handle the relatively small amounts of debris they left behind. But permanent residents had to develop systematic approaches to waste management, or risk creating unsanitary conditions that could threaten community health and well-being. Archaeological excavations reveal that early agricultural communities experimented with various approaches to waste management with varying degrees of success. Some communities developed designated areas for waste disposal, creating the middens that provide so much valuable information about ancient lifeways. Others attempted to recycle organic waste by using it as fertilizer for crops or as feed for domestic animals. Still others simply accumulated waste around their settlements, creating unsanitary conditions that probably contributed to disease transmission and environmental degradation. The accumulation of waste around permanent settlements also attracted scavenging animals and insects that could pose health risks and create additional management challenges. The same refuse piles that attracted the wild goats that eventually became domestic livestock also attracted rats, flies, and other pests that could spread disease and consume stored food resources. Managing these pest problems required communities to develop new techniques for waste disposal, food storage, and pest control that had not been necessary under mobile lifestyles. The environmental impacts of permanent settlement and agricultural intensification were becoming increasingly visible during this period. Archaeological and paleo-environmental evidence shows clear signs that early agricultural communities were beginning to modify their local environments in ways that had not occurred under mobile foraging strategies. Forest clearing for agricultural fields, overgrazing by domestic animals, and soil erosion from intensive cultivation were creating landscape changes that could be detected in pollen cores, soil profiles, and other environmental indicators. Some of these environmental changes were probably intentional and beneficial, representing successful management strategies that increased the productivity of agricultural systems. Controlled burning could maintain pasture quality and prevent forest encroachment on agricultural fields. Selective harvesting could promote the growth of useful plant species while suppressing competitors. Careful soil management could maintain fertility and prevent erosion. But other environmental changes were probably unintentional and potentially damaging. Overgrazing could lead to soil erosion and vegetation degradation. Intensive cultivation could exhaust soil fertility and reduce long-term productivity. Deforestation could alter local climate patterns and reduce the availability of wild resources that communities continue to depend upon. The challenge for early agricultural communities was learning to distinguish between beneficial and harmful environmental modifications and developing management strategies that promoted long-term sustainability. The social implications of these environmental changes were significant and complex. Communities that degraded their local environments faced reduced productivity and potentially forced relocation to less damaged areas. But environmental degradation could also create conflicts with neighboring communities over access to undamaged resources or suitable agricultural land. The archaeological record shows evidence of both community abandonment and intergroup conflict that may have been related to environmental stress and resource competition. The development of more complex social institutions was both a response to and a cause of the challenges created by sedentary lifestyles. Larger, more densely settled communities required new forms of leadership, new methods for making collective decisions, and new systems for managing resources and resolving conflicts. The archaeological record provides limited direct evidence for these social innovations, but their existence can be inferred from the scale and complexity of community activities and from the evidence of increasing social differentiation. Some early agricultural settlements show evidence of specialized buildings that may have served public or ceremonial functions, suggesting the development of community institutions that went beyond simple kinship-based organization. Elite burials with elaborate grave goods indicate that some individuals were achieving higher social status than others, possibly based on their roles in community leadership, religious activities, or control of important resources. The appearance of standardized weights, measures, and possibly early forms of record-keeping suggests that communities were developing more formal systems for managing complex economic activities. But the development of more complex social institutions was not uniform across all communities or all regions. Some settlements maintained relatively egalitarian social organization for centuries after adopting agricultural lifestyles. Others developed more pronounced forms of social hierarchy relatively quickly. The variation in social development reflects the experimental nature of early agricultural societies and the diversity of approaches that different communities took to managing the challenges of sedentary life. The technological innovations that emerged from sedentary lifestyles were equally diverse and experimental. Permanent settlement made it possible to develop and maintain more specialized tool assemblages, to invest in heavy equipment that could not be transported easily, and to accumulate the raw materials necessary for complex manufacturing activities. Archaeological sites from this period show evidence of increasingly sophisticated technologies for food processing, textile production, ceramic manufacturing, and construction activities. But technological development was not simply a matter of linear improvement. Different communities developed different technological solutions to similar problems, and some innovations proved more successful than others. The archaeological record shows evidence of both technological advances and technological regressions, with some communities abandoning complex techniques in favor of simpler alternatives when the complex approaches proved unsustainable or ineffective. The integration of technological innovation with social and environmental management was one of the key challenges facing early agricultural communities. New technologies could increase productivity and improve quality of life, but they often required substantial investments of time, labor, and resources that had to be coordinated across entire communities. They could also create new environmental impacts or social inequalities that had to be managed through appropriate institutions and practices. By the end of the period covered in this chapter, around 9,000 years ago, the transformation to sedentary agricultural lifestyles was well established across much of the Near East. But the costs of this transformation were becoming increasingly apparent. Communities had gained unprecedented security and productivity, but they had also accepted new vulnerabilities, new health challenges, and new forms of social complexity that required constant attention and management. The trade-offs involved in sedentary lifestyles were not uniformly positive or negative, but rather represented a complex set of gains and losses that different communities evaluated differently. Some thrived under the new conditions, developing successful agricultural systems that supported growing populations and increasingly complex societies. Others struggled with the challenges of permanent settlement, experiencing health crises, social conflicts, or environmental degradation that forced them to modify their strategies or abandon agricultural lifestyles altogether. The diversity of outcomes reflects the experimental nature of early agricultural societies and the importance of local adaptation in determining success or failure. Communities that developed appropriate technologies, social institutions, and environmental management practices could thrive under sedentary conditions. Those that failed to adapt successfully to the challenges of permanent settlement faced serious difficulties that could threaten their survival. Understanding the costs of sedentism helps us appreciate both the achievements and the limitations of early agricultural societies. The transition to permanent settlement and agricultural lifestyles created the foundation for all subsequent human civilization. But it also established patterns of social inequality, environmental impact, and health challenges that continue to influence human societies today. The communities that lived through this transformation were pioneers who created entirely new forms of human possibility, but they also had to cope with entirely new forms of human problems. The story of how the world shrank for early agricultural communities reminds us that major technological and social transformations always involve trade-offs, and that apparent improvements in some areas often come with unexpected costs in others. The challenge for human societies, both ancient and modern, is learning to maximize the benefits of innovation while minimizing its negative consequences. The early agricultural communities of the Fertile Crescent were among the first to face this challenge, and their successes and failures continue to provide valuable lessons about the complex relationships between technology, society, and environment that shape human experience. As we prepare to explore the next phase of this story, the full establishment of agricultural civilizations and the emergence of the first cities and states, we carry with us an appreciation for both the achievements and the costs of the sedentary revolution. The communities that made this transformation possible were not simply the beneficiaries of technological progress, but rather the creators and victims of one of the most profound changes in human history. Their experiences remind us that human progress is never simply about gaining new capabilities, but also about learning to cope with the new challenges that those capabilities create. The gradual emergence of animal domestication around the refuse heaps of early settlements was just one manifestation of a broader transformation that was reshaping human life in fundamental ways. As communities across the Fertile Crescent committed increasingly to permanent settlement, cultivated crops, and managed herds, they were inadvertently creating entirely new forms of human existence that came with both unprecedented opportunities and unexpected costs. The world was not literally shrinking, but for the people living through this transformation, the horizon of daily experience was contracting in ways that would have profound implications for health, social organization, and the very nature of what it meant to be human. The vast landscapes that had once been home were being replaced by compound walls, storage pits, and the accumulated debris of settled life. Freedom of movement was being traded for security of resources, and the trade-offs were becoming increasingly visible in the archaeological record left behind by these pioneering agricultural communities. The most immediately obvious change was architectural. The temporary shelters and seasonal camps that had characterized human settlement for tens of thousands of years were giving way to substantial, permanent structures that represented entirely new relationships between people and place. At sites like Catalhoyuk in central Anatolia, Tel Es-Sawan in Iraq, and Beda in Jordan, archaeologists have uncovered the remains of buildings that were clearly designed to last for generations, not seasons. These were not the portable dwellings of mobile foragers, but massive investments in permanence that reflected fundamental changes in how communities thought about their relationship to specific locations. The houses at Catalhoyuk provide perhaps the most dramatic example of this architectural revolution. Dating to around 9,400 years ago, the settlement consists of hundreds of rectangular mud brick buildings clustered together so tightly that there are virtually no streets between them. Entry was through openings in the roofs, and residents moved around their community by walking across the tops of their neighbors' houses. Each building was constructed with thick walls, elaborate interior features, and careful attention to durability that suggests the builders expected these structures to serve multiple generations of occupants. But more revealing than the buildings themselves are the modifications and additions that accumulated over time. Archaeological excavation reveals that individual houses were rebuilt repeatedly on the same foundations, with each reconstruction incorporating lessons learned from previous versions. Walls were thickened, interior arrangements were modified, and new features were added to improve functionality and comfort. These repeated investments in the same locations demonstrate a level of commitment to place that was unprecedented in human history. The interior organization of these permanent houses also reveals important changes in how people lived their daily lives. Unlike the open, flexible spaces of mobile camps, permanent houses were subdivided into specialized areas for different activities. There were designated spaces for food storage, for cooking, for sleeping, for tool production, and for ritual activities. This functional specialization created more efficient use of space, but it also imposed new constraints on daily activities and social interactions. Perhaps most significantly, permanent houses created new relationships between families and their possessions. Mobile foragers could own only what they could carry, which meant that material culture remained relatively simple and standardized. But permanent residents could accumulate much larger quantities of belongings, and archaeological sites from this period show evidence of increasingly diverse and specialized tool assemblages, elaborate decorative objects, and substantial stores of raw materials and finished goods. The accumulation of material possessions had important implications for social relationships within communities. When everyone owns roughly the same small collection of portable goods, material inequality is limited by practical constraints. But when people can accumulate and store large quantities of possessions, new forms of social differentiation become possible. Archaeological evidence from early agricultural settlements shows clear signs that some families or individuals were accumulating much more material wealth than others, creating the foundations for the kinds of economic inequality that would characterize later agricultural societies. The development of specialized storage facilities was another crucial component of the sedentary revolution. Permanent settlement made it possible and necessary to store much larger quantities of food and other resources than had ever been practical under mobile lifestyles. Archaeological sites from this period contain elaborate storage systems, including underground pits lined with stone or plaster, above-ground granaries with sophisticated ventilation systems, and large ceramic containers designed specifically for long-term storage of different types of resources. These storage systems represented enormous investments of labor and materials, but they also created entirely new possibilities for managing seasonal and annual variations in resource availability. Communities could harvest and store surplus production during favorable periods, providing insurance against crop failures, harsh weather, or other disruptions. They could also begin to accumulate wealth in storable forms, creating the foundation for more complex economic relationships and social institutions. But storage also created new vulnerabilities and challenges. Stored resources were vulnerable to spoilage, pest damage, theft, and destruction by fire or flooding. Managing storage systems required specialized knowledge about preservation techniques, pest control, and optimal storage conditions for different types of materials. Most importantly, stored resources had to be protected from human competitors who might attempt to take them by force. The need to defend stored resources and permanent installations was one of the most significant challenges created by sedentary lifestyles. Mobile foragers could respond to conflicts by moving away from sources of tension, but permanent residents had to defend their investments or risk losing everything they had worked to create. Archaeological evidence from this period shows clear signs that communities were increasingly concerned about defense and security. Many early agricultural settlements show evidence of defensive architecture, including walls, ditches, towers, and strategically positioned buildings that could provide protection against attack. The famous walls of Jericho, dating to around 9,000 years ago, represent one of the earliest and most impressive examples of community defensive architecture. These massive stone fortifications, some of which still stand several meters high, required enormous investments of labor and coordination that could only have been justified by serious concerns about external threats. But defensive architecture was only one response to the security challenges created by sedentism. Communities also developed new forms of social organization designed to coordinate collective defense and to manage the conflicts that arose within increasingly large and densely settled populations. The archaeological record provides limited direct evidence for these social innovations, but their existence can be inferred from the scale and complexity of the settlements themselves, and from the evidence of collective activities such as construction projects, resource management, and ceremonial activities. The demographic implications of sedentary lifestyles were equally profound and complex. Permanent settlement allowed and encouraged population growth in ways that had not been possible under mobile lifestyles. Women in sedentary communities typically had shorter intervals between pregnancies, leading to higher fertility rates and faster population growth. At the same time, reliable food storage and production made it possible to support larger populations in smaller areas than had ever been practical under foraging strategies. Archaeological evidence suggests that early agricultural communities experienced substantial population growth compared to their mobile predecessors. Settlements that started as small clusters of a few families gradually grew into substantial towns housing hundreds or even thousands of people. This population growth was both a cause and a consequence of agricultural intensification, as larger populations required more intensive resource production, while also providing the labor force necessary for complex agricultural systems. But population growth and increased population density also created new health challenges that had not existed under mobile lifestyles. When people live in small, dispersed groups that move frequently, infectious diseases have difficulty establishing themselves and spreading through populations. But when large numbers of people live in close proximity for extended periods, conditions become ideal for the transmission of infectious diseases, and new health problems begin to emerge. The skeletal remains from early agricultural settlements provide clear evidence of these emerging health challenges. Compared to the remains of mobile foragers, the bones of early farmers show higher rates of infectious diseases, nutritional deficiencies, and stress-related pathologies. Dental health was particularly affected, with agricultural populations showing much higher rates of tooth decay and dental infections than their foraging predecessors. These health problems were probably related to changes in diet, increased carbohydrate consumption, and reduced dietary diversity that came with dependence on cultivated cereals. Perhaps most troublingly, early agricultural settlements showed dramatically higher rates of infant and child mortality than had characterized mobile foraging populations. Cemetery excavations from sites like Catalhoyuk and Tel Es Sawan reveal that as much as 40 to 50% of burials are of children under the age of 5, indicating that early agricultural communities were losing enormous numbers of their young people to disease, malnutrition, and other health problems. The reasons for this increase in child mortality were complex and multiple. Sedentary lifestyles created conditions that favored the transmission of childhood diseases such as diarrheal infections, respiratory ailments, and other communicable conditions. Increased population density meant that infectious diseases could spread more rapidly through communities. Changes in food processing and storage may have created new opportunities for food contamination and poisoning. Most significantly, the dietary changes associated with agricultural lifestyles may have created nutritional deficiencies that made children more susceptible to disease and death. The psychological and social impacts of higher child mortality rates were profound. Communities had to develop new cultural practices for coping with the frequent death of children, and families had to adapt their reproductive strategies to account for higher rates of infant and child loss. Archaeological evidence suggests that some communities responded to high child mortality by having more children, while others developed elaborate ritual practices for dealing with child death and memorializing deceased children. The management of human waste and garbage was another major challenge created by permanent settlement and increased population density. Mobile foragers could simply move away from accumulated waste, leaving natural decomposition processes to handle the relatively small amounts of debris they left behind. But permanent residents had to develop systematic approaches to waste management or risk creating unsanitary conditions that could threaten community health and well-being. Archaeological excavations reveal that early agricultural communities experimented with various approaches to waste management with varying degrees of success. Some communities developed designated areas for waste disposal, creating the middens that provide so much valuable information about ancient lifeways. Others attempted to recycle organic waste by using it as fertilizer for crops or as feed for domestic animals. Still others simply accumulated waste around their settlements, creating unsanitary conditions that probably contributed to disease transmission and environmental degradation. The accumulation of waste around permanent settlements also attracted scavenging animals and insects that could pose health risks and create additional management challenges. The same refuse piles that attracted the wild goats that eventually became domestic livestock also attracted rats, flies, and other pests that could spread disease and consume stored food resources. Managing these pest problems required communities to develop new techniques for waste disposal, food storage, and pest control that had not been necessary under mobile lifestyles. The environmental impacts of permanent settlement and agricultural intensification were becoming increasingly visible during this period. Archaeological and paleo-environmental evidence shows clear signs that early agricultural communities were beginning to modify their local environments in ways that had not occurred under mobile foraging strategies. Forest clearing for agricultural fields, overgrazing by domestic animals, and soil erosion from intensive cultivation were creating landscape changes that could be detected in pollen cores, soil profiles, and other environmental indicators. Some of these environmental changes were probably intentional and beneficial, representing successful management strategies that increased the productivity of agricultural systems. Controlled burning could maintain pasture quality and prevent forest encroachment on agricultural fields. Selective harvesting could promote the growth of useful plant species while suppressing competitors. Careful soil management could maintain fertility and prevent erosion. But other environmental changes were probably unintentional and potentially damaging. Overgrazing could lead to soil erosion and vegetation degradation. Intensive cultivation could exhaust soil fertility and reduce long-term productivity. Deforestation could alter local climate patterns and reduce the availability of wild resources that communities continued to depend upon. The challenge for early agricultural communities was learning to distinguish between beneficial and harmful environmental modifications and developing management strategies that promoted long-term sustainability. The social implications of these environmental changes were significant and complex. Communities that degraded their local environments faced reduced productivity and potentially forced relocation to less damaged areas. But environmental degradation could also create conflicts with neighboring communities over access to undamaged resources or suitable agricultural land. The archaeological record shows evidence of both community abandonment and intergroup conflict that may have been related to environmental stress and resource competition. The development of more complex social institutions was both a response to and a cause of the challenges created by sedentary lifestyles. Larger, more densely settled communities required new forms of leadership, new methods for making collective decisions, and new systems for managing resources and resolving conflicts. The archaeological record provides limited direct evidence for these social innovations, but their existence can be inferred from the scale and complexity of community activities and from the evidence of increasing social differentiation. Some early agricultural settlements show evidence of specialized buildings that may have served public or ceremonial functions, suggesting the development of community institutions that went beyond simple kinship-based organization. Elite burials with elaborate grave goods indicate that some individuals were achieving higher social status than others, possibly based on their roles in community leadership, religious activities, or control of important resources. The appearance of standardized weights, measures, and possibly early forms of record-keeping suggests that communities were developing more formal systems for managing complex economic activities. But the development of more complex social institutions was not uniform across all communities or all regions. Some settlements maintained relatively egalitarian social organization for centuries after adopting agricultural lifestyles. Others developed more pronounced forms of social hierarchy relatively quickly. The variation in social development reflects the experimental nature of early agricultural societies and the diversity of approaches that different communities took to managing the challenges of sedentary life. The technological innovations that emerged from sedentary lifestyles were equally diverse and experimental. Permanent settlement made it possible to develop and maintain more specialized tool assemblages, to invest in heavy equipment that could not be transported easily, and to accumulate the raw materials necessary for complex manufacturing activities. Archaeological sites from this period show evidence of increasingly sophisticated technologies for food processing, textile production, ceramic manufacturing, and construction activities. But technological development was not simply a matter of linear improvement. Different communities developed different technological solutions to similar problems, and some innovations proved more successful than others. The archaeological record shows evidence of both technological advances and technological regressions, with some communities abandoning complex techniques in favor of simpler alternatives when the complex approaches proved unsustainable or ineffective. The integration of technological innovation with social and environmental management was one of the key challenges facing early agricultural communities. New technologies could increase productivity and improve quality of life, but they often required substantial investments of time, labor, and resources that had to be coordinated across entire communities. They could also create new environmental impacts or social inequalities that had to be managed through appropriate institutions and practices. By the end of the period covered in this chapter, around 9,000 years ago, the transformation to sedentary agricultural lifestyles was well established across much of the Near East, but the costs of this transformation were becoming increasingly apparent. Communities had gained unprecedented security and productivity, but they had also accepted new vulnerabilities, new health challenges, and new forms of social complexity that required constant attention and management. The trade-offs involved in sedentary lifestyles were not uniformly positive or negative, but rather represented a complex set of gains and losses that different communities evaluated differently. Some thrived under the new conditions, developing successful agricultural systems that supported growing populations and increasingly complex societies. Others struggled with the challenges of permanent settlement, experiencing health crises, social conflicts, or environmental degradation that forced them to modify their strategies or abandon agricultural lifestyles altogether. The diversity of outcomes reflects the experimental nature of early agricultural societies and the importance of local adaptation in determining success or failure. Communities that developed appropriate technologies, social institutions, and environmental management practices could thrive under sedentary conditions. Those that failed to adapt successfully to the challenges of permanent settlement faced serious difficulties that could threaten their survival. Understanding the costs of sedentism helps us appreciate both the achievements and the limitations of early agricultural societies. The transition to permanent settlement and agricultural lifestyles created the foundation for all subsequent human civilization. But it also established patterns of social inequality, environmental impact, and health challenges that continue to influence human societies today. The communities that lived through this transformation were pioneers who created entirely new forms of human possibility, but they also had to cope with entirely new forms of human problems. The story of how the world shrank for early agricultural communities reminds us that major technological and social transformations always involve trade-offs, and that apparent improvements in some areas often come with unexpected costs in others. The challenge for human societies, both ancient and modern, is learning to maximize the benefits of innovation while minimizing its negative consequences. The early agricultural communities of the Fertile Crescent were among the first to face this challenge, and their successes and failures continue to provide valuable lessons about the complex relationships between technology, society, and environment that shape human experience. As we prepare to explore the next phase of this story, the full establishment of agricultural civilizations and the emergence of the first cities and states, we carry with us an appreciation for both the achievements and the costs of the sedentary revolution. The communities that made this transformation possible were not simply the beneficiaries of technological progress, but rather the creators and victims of one of the most profound changes in human history. Their experiences remind us that human progress is never simply about gaining new capabilities, but also about learning to cope with the new challenges that those capabilities create. Epilogue: The Weight of Seeds. So here we pause, at the end of our journey through humanity's first great transformation. We have traveled from the final retreat of the ice sheets to the first permanent settlements, from the last purely wild harvests to the first cultivated fields, from the ancient world of endless horizons to the new world of compound walls and storage pits. It has been a story not of sudden revolution, but of slow, often hesitant steps toward a future that none of our ancestors could have imagined. The people we have met along this path, the super-gatherers with their grinding stones and seasonal wisdom, the Natufians building their first permanent homes, the early farmers coaxing wild grasses into dependence, the herders learning to live with goats among the garbage fires. These were not visionaries pursuing a grand plan for human civilization. They were practical people making practical choices, season by season, generation by generation, gradually accumulating the innovations that would reshape the world. Yet in their modest experiments, in their patient observations, in their willingness to try new approaches to the ancient challenge of survival, they created something unprecedented. They transformed wild grasses into wheat and barley, wild animals into livestock, temporary camps into permanent villages. More profoundly, they transformed humans from wanderers who moved through the landscape into settlers who shaped it, from consumers of nature's bounty into managers of ecological systems. This transformation came with costs that we are still calculating. The health burdens, the social inequalities, the environmental pressures, the loss of mobility and flexibility, all of these shadow the achievements of early agriculture. The children buried beneath the floors of Catalhoyuk, the defensive walls rising around Jericho, the middens accumulating behind every settlement. These remind us that progress is never without price. But perhaps that is the most important lesson from this ancient story. Change is not the same as improvement. Innovation is not the same as progress. The agricultural revolution was not a triumph of human reason over natural chaos, but rather a complex experiment in living that created new possibilities alongside new problems. Understanding this complexity helps us better appreciate both the remarkable achievements of our agricultural ancestors and the continuing challenges they bequeath to us. As we face our own epoch of unprecedented change, as we grapple with the long-term consequences of the agricultural systems that emerged from these ancient experiments, we might find wisdom in the patient, experimental approach of those first farmers. They remind us that the most significant transformations happen not through grand gestures, but through countless small adaptations. They show us that human ingenuity lies not just in our ability to create new technologies, but in our capacity to live with the unintended consequences of our innovations. The weight of seeds, it turns out, was heavier than anyone imagined. But our ancestors carried that weight forward anyway, one harvest at a time, one generation at a time, until they had created the foundation for everything that followed. Their story continues in every grain of wheat, in every urban skyline, in every choice we make about how to live together on this small planet they began to reshape so long ago. Rest well, and remember, every seed contains within it not just the promise of harvest, but the memory of all the hands that learned to plant it.